Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody, let's go.
Good afternoon. Good evening and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. We are in it right now, guys. I don't know about you guys, but woo! I have been watching like crazy. Timelines, updates, etc. We got a lot of catching up to do and then getting to the up-to-date stuff. Excuse me, that is going on right now as we speak. They have taken a break, a lunch break. They're supposed to be getting back into trial, and Cassie has been dropping some unbelievable stuff, y'all. I'm telling you right now, it has been absolutely insane. So that we can just get straight into it and get straight to the meat and potatoes, let me just tell you this. Please do me a favor, hit that like button down below, hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you hit that follow button, please, and thank you. Hit that subscribe button, okay? So follow me on all those platforms, but mainly subscribe here on my main platform right here, this YouTube channel. Please be sure to be subscribed, all right? Hit that notification bell so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. Go over to my second channel, the Pascal Show Clips. Make sure you're subscribed over there too, ladies and germs, okay? Because there's going to be a lot of stuff that I'm talking about over there that I'm not talking about over here, and vice versa. And there's a lot of other little nuanced things that I'm going to give you guys updates about that are going to be happening on the second channel. So make sure you're subscribed to the second channel. It's called The Pascal Show Clips. Hit that notification bell after you subscribe. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it's random. All right? And there's a lot of info flooding out the gates right now, okay? On more than just this case and this trial, okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com, baby. Check it out. We got some really great stuff over there, okay? Please and thank you. Okay, guys, let's get into it. Oh, my Lord. I have to hit this button right now. And you might be wondering, why? Why, Pascal? Why do you need to hit that dun, dun, dun button? I'm confused. I'm wondering what the hell's going on. Let me just say this. Cassie took the stand today. I'm going to hit the button. I'm sorry. And, oh my dear God, what she says in here is absolutely insane. Okay. I can't even believe this woman went through what she's alleged of saying. Of what she went through. I cannot believe she went through this, period. Okay. Now there's a multitude of different platforms in which they're doing updates every 5 seconds and all that. Of course, we got to give shout out to the GOAT, Inner City Press. Because I'm going to keep it real. We're going to be covering a lot of stuff. We're going to be covering or reading a lot of his coverage, okay, when the trial reconvenes. But let me tell you, there's a lot of information that Washington Post, NBC, New York Times have done a really great job in filling up more info instead of just a transcript, okay, giving us more nuanced the details. Like I said, Inner City Press is really great at what he's doing, and I really appreciate that, dude. Real talk. We would not know anything, really. But at the same time, his is more, they're kind of like small notes, and then we get thicker pieces of information elsewhere. The other thing, too, I've been calling it like, the novel is where we're getting, like a novel book, a novel. Remember a book? Have you read a book lately? Anyway, like the novel version is like the Washington Post, the New York Times, NBC News kind of thing, and the Cliff Notes is Inner City Press. And I'm not saying that one is better than the other. I'm just saying they both work with each other. Okay. It's kind of like a breakdown, a synopsis, trying to let us understand exactly what is going on. So without further ado, there's a lot that's been said. We're going to be heading over to to the Washington Post real quick, okay? Because there's a lot of information here that we need to get into before we go into the actual where they're at right now. Like I said to you guys before, I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here this morning, but it is what it is. I tried to give you guys a pop-up video about why the defense is very nervous about Cassie taking the stand. And there were certain things that they tried to do before she took the stand today. First off, just so you know, okay, they really were trying. They tried it today, okay? Now, one thing is for sure, I don't know if this is entirely true or not, if the judge decided to let them, decided to side with the defense or not. But the defense was basically saying, we don't want her walking up to the stand. Excuse me, guys. We don't want her walking up to the stand. We want her sitting in the stand while the jury walks in, because we don't want them to empathize with her because she is pregnant. Real talk. And I even said myself, you miss me with the nonsense. You clearly are scared out your damn mind, worried that they're going to, you think that they're really going to side with her solely because she's got a bun in the oven? Shut up. Real talk, shut up. One more time, shut up, right? Kind of dumb, don't you think? But they literally were trying to move the goalpost on this ish, mang. Then the other thing too, let's not forget, this is actually today. This happened today. From what we understand, excuse me, Cassie's husband was in the room. He's been there since yesterday. Cassie's husband already been known everything. He knows everything, guys. He's not a novice to this stuff. He's come to terms with it, and he still fell in love, loves her, has now about to have 3 children with this woman, which, by the way, hey, congratulations to them. Real talk, that's gorgeous. That's beautiful. Marvelous, baby, marvelous. Okay? But the defense has the absolute nerve to ask and request for the husband to be escorted out of the mother-loving courtroom during Cassie's testimonies. Let me tell you something here real quick. That was a tactic to intimidate the witness. That's all it was. Think about it, guys. Come on, y'all. Not only are they saying, well, she's preggers. We need to not have her be seen waddling up to the stand. We can't have that. The jury's going to love her. They're suddenly going to go, oh, I feel bad for her because she's with child. Oh, Diddy, you guilty. You about to be buried under the prison because she's preggers. Get out of here. That's literally what they were saying. That's what they tried. Then her husband's in there in solidarity in support of his wife, which I 110% stand behind, 10 toes down. And what happens? They go, Your Honor, can we have him not here? Because, he could be a potential witness now. Hi. First off, if he was going to be a potential witness, wouldn't you have already said that before? Why now? As soon as she sits on the stand, he's in there. Oh, we can't have him there. Her support system. Oh, he can't be there. Can you get rid of him, please? Please get rid of him, because he might be a witness. You didn't think about that before the trial even happened? Come on, guys. It's bad. It's bad. Okay? Bad move. In my personal opinion. Clearly a tactic to try to intimidate her as she's about to do an unbelievable retelling of the most nightmarish times of her life. Again, they were trying to mess with Cassie. That's what I truly believe. And sure, if they really wanted to subpoena the husband as a witness, he would have been subpoenaed already, guys. He would have been brought up in the conversation. He would have been already on the docket as a potential witness and to have him as a part of the testimony. So again, in that part, you can miss me with the nonsense. I just had to give you that update because that was some weird stuff. And again, they're going to try to do everything they can to intimidate this woman. She's already intimidated given the fact that she has already gone through what she claims is unthinkable stuff. Okay? It's unthinkable stuff. At this point, there's no reason to try to move somebody and try to intimidate in some weird passive aggressive way, because that's clearly what that was in my personal opinion. And what this woman has gone through, I'm going to be real. What she went through, she went through. And there's people out here in the chat being like, oh, you so biased, blah, blah, blah. Have you seen the video? You mean to tell me Diddy didn't put his hands and feet on this woman? That for sure happened. That's without question. So if I'm going to be biased, I'm going to be biased on that one, on that moment. Because you cannot deny that those things happened. All right? But I digress. We are here for the testimony and the thing that we've all been waiting for. So this is going to be a wild, wild ride. Hold on to your butts because this is getting crazy. Heads up also, just another heads up. There will be a lot of code words I'm going to be saying because there's a lot of stuff, very bad stuff that she says in here. Okay? Some really bad stuff in here. You've been warned. Let's get into it. So this is from 2 hours ago, just so you know. Okay? Sean Combs appears nervous as he went to the holding area for the break before Cassie took her testimony. He adjusted his clothing and he glanced over to one of his sons. The rest of his family just had left the room already. He usually has a big smile for his row of supporters, but this time he appeared stoic. Why? Because the mother loving nervous. So they call Cassie to the stand. Her husband is now in the courtroom as well. The defense drops its objections, and Sean Combs' family is returning. Cassie Ventura, she shows up. Of course, she was a former partner of Sean Combs, and she enters the room, brown turtleneck dress, ahead of her widely anticipated testimony, and we all have been anticipating this. The body-hugging dress highlights that Ventura is in the third trimester of a pregnancy. So in other words, this woman about to pop, okay? And congratulations to her. Real talk. So hopefully it's a healthy birth and all that, right? Anyway, the government began by asking Cassie Ventura about the arguments she had with Sean Combs over the course of their romantic relationship. Ventura then said arguments would often end in physical attacks. He would knock me over, drag me, use his feet on me, period. Okay? Stomp on my head if I was down. This is what she said. And of course, Lil Rod apparently was in the courtroom today too. He's been making quite the appearance since yesterday as well. I mean, Jaguar Wright is out there too. I mean, everybody named Mama is out here. Okay? Everybody. Shout out to Make It Make Sense, Tisa Tells, Armand Wiggins, everybody named Mama out there. Okay? Man, I wish I was out there. Trust me. I wish I was out there. But there's going to be another big star that's going to get hit with some sort of lawsuit, and maybe one day I'll be out there. Okay, moving on. Cassie Ventura is testifying about the freak-offs, which she says Diddy introduced to her within the first year of their relationship. So again, this is not an old thing, or this is not a new thing, okay? Definitely not an old thing. He's done this before with somebody else for sure. That's just my assumption, okay? But moving on. Sean proposed to this idea, this echelon encounter that he called voyeurism at the time. They asked what a freak off entailed. I'm sorry. Cassie said it included the hiring of a male S worker and setting up this experience and performing. Diddy would direct the performance, she said. Cassie had her eyes down, recounting this, pausing to slowly exhale. I just remember my stomach falling to my butt. Just the nervousness and confusion in that moment. This is what Cassie said, recounting her feelings when she first learned about the nature of a freak-off. She was 22 at the time and didn't have a concept how that would be a turn-on. So she didn't really understand how this voyeurism, this freak-off stuff would be a turn-on for anybody. Remember, she's 22 years old. And there's other information in here that he was taking care of her, he was teaching her things at a very young age. Some would call that, grooming. Okay? So moving on. But Cassie said she loved Combs Diddy very much and wanted to make him happy. Cassie didn't feel she had much of a choice but to participate in these freak-offs, she testified. Cassie, who described herself as naive and a total people pleaser, feared making him angry or uncomfortable with a rejection. Diddy controlled much of her life, she said. Later, Cassie feared that she would be blackmailed with videos and images of her participation in these freak-offs, as well as threatened with physical pain, with attacks. He had many resources to spread those images on the internet, she said. It was always in the back of my mind that I would somehow be hurt by him. Sean is a really polarizing person, also very charming. So it's hard to be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. So it's hard to be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. That's very interesting. Asked about what she knew about Sean Combs before she met him, she said, I just knew that he was this larger-than-life entrepreneur/musician. I was a fan of his music. She was around 19 years old when she signed a 10-album deal with Bad Boy Records, the label that, of course, Diddy founded in early 2006. About a quarter of the dozens of people who have filed SA lawsuits against Diddy also claim they were aspiring entertainers when they fell into his orbit. Okay, so of course, this is not an old thing, right? Let's see. She was on her way to massive pop stardom. Then she met Diddy. That's something else. Let's go back here. So moving on. The government was going back in time a bit, prompting Cassie to recall her early interactions with Diddy when he was her boss, but not yet her boyfriend. So Cassie described Diddy kissing her in a hotel suite around the time of her 21st birthday in Las Vegas. She said she was confused by the kiss and she recalled crying and running off. She was a new artist, didn't know the lay of the land, and wasn't used to an executive acting in a sexual or romantic way, she added. Of course, we already know about this not being broadcast. Let's move on. Asked by prosecutors why she thought she sought Diddy's company, Cassie said, I wanted to be around Diddy for the same reasons as everyone else at the time. This exciting, entertaining, fun guy who also happened to have my career in his hands. I felt special because not a lot of people got that time with him, Cassie says. After Sean Combs kissed her on her 21st birthday, Cassie testified he would invite her to meetings in hotel rooms in New York. She said she felt nervous. She felt nervous excitement about these. We were going to talk about music, or we're going to talk about what's next, Cassie recalled thinking. Over this period of time, Diddy introduced her to Top. We got to use these code words, okay? And this is what she said, okay? He just kind of made me feel crazy for not reciprocating after he performed it on her for the first time, she recounted. She said she was, quote unquote, completely eshly inexperienced at that time in the bedroom, okay? And was in a relationship with another person. Cassie traced the beginning of her romantic relationship with Diddy to a trip the pair took in Miami a few months after her 21st birthday. It was the first time they had, relations, the hibbity-dibbity, Cassie said. And the first time she intentionally took X. After that trip, we were just together, she said. I'd become one of his girlfriends after that trip. At the time, Cassie thought they might be in a monogamous relationship. I can't say naive enough, she said, describing her mindset at the time. Prosecution witness Cassie described being enamored by Diddy in the early part of their relationship. I really fell in love with him, she said, describing herself as a little shadow who followed him around. She thought it was, quote unquote, my first real adult relationship. But as the relationship continued, Diddy exercised more control over Ventura's life, such as how she looked, whom she was speaking to, and what she was working on that day, she testified. She said he was an incessant caller and would have staff, assistants, and security continuously pester her until he found you. What in the what? Remember what they said. Taking a quick break here. Remember what they said. They said in the beginning that in the very beginning of the testimony, or sorry, very beginning of the trial, prosecution said he will go out of his way to find you. He will find you. He will do everything he can to make sure you are found. He will not let you go. He will not let you free. He will just continue to make sure he has full control over you. You can't escape me. That's basically what it is, right? During her testimony, Cassie has been pausing to take slow, deep breaths. Yeah, I get it. I'm sure the trauma just keeps on bubbling up, right? She also has been running her hands over her belly and adjusting herself in her chair. Yeah, this is uncomfortable, I'm sure. And I'm sure it's making the baby that is growing inside of her right now uncomfortable as well, right? Cassie testified about the psychological A she experienced with Diddy. She said she always had to be working on something. Diddy would check in to make sure she was doing so. This included submitting a list of songs she was working on to him. A lot of songs I didn't actually come out. She said, describing the tasks as busy work and just control over what I was doing every minute of the day. When Cassie ignored Diddy, he would call constantly and sometimes send a security agent or trusted assistant to her home. It was part of Diddy's security staff's job, Cassie said, to keep an eye on her. So again, like I said, as much as she thinks she can maybe get away, run away, get as far away from this dude, she could not, because there was always somebody keeping tabs on her, which is insane. Cassie is recalling her time in Los Angeles with Diddy. She said she moved there because Diddy wanted to be closer to his children, some of whom were living in California at the time. I wasn't ready to be out of New York, she said, but she followed him because I was in love and I wanted to be near him. Before that, Ventura described being gifted, a New York City apartment by Combs. He paid the rent and lived nearby. Cassie and Diddy also paid. Cassie said Diddy also paid for some of her apartments in Los Angeles. He had his own keys and would enter whenever he wanted. So again, if he can come in and he could do whatever the hell he wants, clearly she couldn't go and just do her thing. Couldn't go and just date other guys and all. This is just another example of absolute control over a person. Cassie Ventura described recording hundreds of songs over the span of her relationship with Diddy, enough to compromise 9 albums for her 10-album record deal with his label Bad Boy. None of the songs were ever released, she said. She received no compensation for her work, and her career stalled, she added. That's insane, right? Asked about why she didn't release another album, Ventura inhaled deeply and gave a small smile. Are you asking me? Combs controlled the releases, she said, and added that the majority of her time with Diddy was spent at parties or in recovery from them. The freak-offs became a job, she said. There was no space to do anything else. Now, of course, they went on a break, okay? Now, of course, there's going to be more that's going on. But we're going to other places because they got all kinds of different thizzangs going on, right? But nonetheless, this trial, I'm sorry, is insane, okay? And absolutely heartbreaking. So we're hopping over to New York Times just to see what is being said here too. Okay, we got the outside. Oh, this is interesting. Just really quick. So before the Cassie's testimony, Diddy's children and other family members gathered outside the courtroom in a circle with their heads bowed to pray. They were there praying. They were there praying. And here's the other thing too. As far as somebody said she was not talented, Cassie, and then that's the reason why the music never came out. Let's be real. Did we ever get a chance? Did the public ever get a chance to say yes, she's got some great stuff, or no, she doesn't? They never put out any music. They put out, she had her few hits in the beginning, but that was it. She had other opportunities to do more stuff, but like I said, come on now. How would we know if she was talented or not if she never got the opportunity to show her talent? You see what I'm saying? And she did have hits. You know what I mean? Nicole B, you ain't wrong. She had hits. So again, there was still an opportunity for her to put out something, and she didn't get a chance to do that. Yeah, J-Lo has plenty of albums, and a lot of people think she ain't got no talent. Okay? So something's not right here. Okay? So let's continue. So they sorry. So they're bowing their heads down to pray. That's before the testimony, which is that's funny. Okay? Sorry. That's just funny to me. So Diddy turned to look at her, but Ventura stares straight ahead. I wouldn't want to look at him either. He took notes at times during her testimony. Wasn't he also yesterday with a Bible? Didn't he walk in there with a damn Bible? Didn't he have a Bible? Didn't he bring in a Bible yesterday? Why? Why sit there and read a Bible now? Why are you suddenly trying to find God now? Should have found God when you were doing, when you were allegedly doing all this stuff, man. Crazy. A black Bible? Yeah. He literally walked in that mug. I'm sorry, it's funny. Because it's like, I care about, I'm a God-fearing man. I'm reading the book. I found God. I went to therapy. I went to rehab. I'm just a man. Come on, y'all. Come on. It's for show, guys. It's for show. Especially when it comes to this Cassie stuff. You can miss me with the nonsense, okay? While testifying, Ventura spoke in a calm and measured voice, her voice sometimes catching or quieting to a whisper. The jurors are focused entirely on her during previous witnesses' testimony. They were looking around the courtroom at times. Yeah, of course, everybody in the mom is going to be like, shut up. You can basically hear a pin drop, okay? You can hear a pin drop. So after a break, she has returned to the stand wearing a light yellow coat. The judge had remarked that the courtroom was cold. This was 20 minutes ago. But let me roll back a little bit more because I thought that there was going to be hold on. Because of course they're giving us updates right now. But let's go back a little bit more. Here we go. Some good stuff. Here's the good stuff. The meat and the potatoes. But yeah, he was in there with the dumb Bible. Right in there, reading the dumb Bible. But let's go. Here's some other stuff here. Good. I'm glad we see it now. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Ventura is visibly pregnant, 8.5 months. Sean Combs' lawyer said. The prosecutors offer her water, and she is expected to take a couple breaks. Okay. In what could be 4 days of testimony. Oh my Lord. 4 days. Diggity damn. Okay. 4 days of testimony. Here we go, guys. 4 days of testimony. Speaking softly on the stand and lifting a tissue to dab her at her nose and eyes. Ventura is asked what she knew of Diddy when she met him around 2005 when she was only 19 years old. Shannon Sharp. I just knew that he was a larger-than-life entrepreneur, musician, was a fan of the music. I didn't know much about him personally. Soon after, she signed that 10-album deal with Diddy, or with Bad Boy. Moving on, Ventura was asked why she wanted to be around Diddy. I wanted to be around Sean for the same reasons as everyone else at that time. He was just exciting and entertaining, a fun guy that also happened to have, my career in his hands. So of course she's going to want to be around him at all times with all the fame and the power and the control over her career. Hell yeah. Moving on. Cassie is describing life with Sean Combs once she started dating him. The lifestyle was much different, she says. He had assistants at his beck and call. He could get anything done quickly. He had respect from everyone, and he traveled quite a bit. At the beginning of the relationship with Diddy, she says, I think I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. They were just kicking it. Cassie is explaining the complexity of the relationship with Sean. At times, she is describing excitement, attraction, a whirlwind. Their romance began on a trip to Miami, like we just read in that other article, okay, where they had relations on a boat, okay, and he gave her a blue dolphin X pill. But when she didn't answer his phone calls, she says he could call her incessantly or have his assistants or security personnel track her down. See, his moods were extreme, Ventura says. He would object if she was being a quote-unquote brat. She adds, make the wrong face, and the next thing you know, I was getting hit in the face. Sean Combs' security personnel was around 24 hours a day, she says. Security protected him, kept an eye on me. Infidelity and jealousy were a part of their relationship, Cassie says. I was insanely jealous, she said. She was also insanely jealous. But she says she moved to Los Angeles because I was in love and I wanted to be near him. Cassie testifies she sometimes shifts in her seat and puts her hands on her pregnant belly. Cassie is talking about the apartments where she lived in Los Angeles and how close they were to Sean's house. At one apartment, she says they traveled between the buildings on a golf cart. That's how close they lived to each other. Okay, you could just hop on a golf cart and just get over to the other spot, which is insane. Prosecution star witness Cassie is in is deep into her testimony about her relationship with Sean Combs. She began by describing his physical attacks, okay? Dragging, kicking, stomping, okay? And her anxiety surrounding the voyeuristic, spicy activity that they did, that he introduced her to, now known to the public lexicon as freak-offs. Interesting how they said lexicon and freak-off in the same sentence, but that's another conversation in itself. Cassie went back to the beginning, describing how she met Diddy, fell in love, saw him taking more and more control over her life and career. She describes I don't even know how to pronounce it, mercurial personality who would pay for her rent in Manhattan, but also frequently tell her to fix your face and watch your mouth. If Diddy didn't find her or couldn't find her, he would send people to go find her. Okay? Excuse me, guys. There's like something in my throat. Anyway. She lived in Los Angeles. She had her own apartments, but Diddy had keys and used them whenever he wanted. It was a stomach in knots moment when he visited, she says, because she never knew what mood Diddy would be in, whether he would yell or bang on the door or come in smooth. Over the course of her record deal with Bad Boy, Cassie says she recorded hundreds of songs. Some were released officially, some were leaked on the internet, and some just didn't see the light of day. She is asked how many full albums were not released as part of her 10-album deal. She said 9. The decision, she says, was Diddy's. That's so crazy. Why hold all that back? You know, if she had all that, if she had that potential, if the music was good, why string her along, right? Cassie testifies that partying with Diddy and freak-offs, or testifies that partying with Diddy and freak-offs took a big chunk of my life. She recalls staying up for days on end, drinking, taking substances, and having relations with strangers. The freak-offs ranged from roughly 36 hours to 4 days. What? Oh my God. Though they could last longer with breaks. Wait, you mean you would have 36 hours to 4 days with no breaks? Diggity damn. At some point, you got to be like, I'm tired of having the hibbity dibbity. I'm so hibbity dibbity sick right now. I'm so sick of it. If you even say hibbity dibbity, I might throw up. I'm never having hibbity dibbity ever again. I'm done with the hibbity dibbity. I'm going to go pick up this Bible and I'm going to read some passages. I'm done. Don't even touch my hoo-ha. In fact, I don't even want to urinate. I don't want to even go number 2 no more. I don't ever want to see my privates no more. I'm done. 36 hours to 4 days with no breaks. But then if they lasted longer than just 4 days, they would have breaks. Oh my God. That down there would be broken. It'd be like just hanging by a thread. And it'd just be making this weird rusty noise like it just needs some oil. Baby oil. But you know what I'm saying? That is insane. No, like hibbity dibbity for that long. Don't get me wrong. We all love you know what I'm saying? We all love bumping uglies, but bumping uglies for that long? How can you stay alert? How can you stay into it too? That is insane. That is some Caligula stuff. Yeah, man. Where did it go? Where did it go? It just disappeared. Damn it. D Beach just said that too. Can you say UTI? Diggity damn. Wow. You just drinking gallons of cranberry juice then. That's all it is. You're drinking cranberry juice nonstop. Cause damn, you might as well just put the IV in. Mainline that ish. Call it a day. Damn. So the freak offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover. Yeah. You're not going to be able to walk for days. Okay? You're not going to be able to walk. Sheesh. So there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again. How do you feel normal after all that? I'm sorry. So she is left for the lunch break and all that. But I'm sorry. Wow. 36 hours to 4 days. And if it goes longer than 4 days, you take a little bit of a break. Jesus. Okay. So now we're more up to date on what's going on right now. Now, really quick, I appreciate everybody in here. Okay, there's a lot of y'all in here. I appreciate all the energy. Thank you so much. Aaron, real quick, welcome to the family. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. And just like Aaron, please consider becoming a member, okay? By simply hitting that join button down below, become a member, all right? Please and thank you, all right? Also, Rook, what up, man? Thank you so much for being a member for we're almost there. Almost 2 years. Thank you. Hi, everyone. What's up, man? What's up with you, bruh? What's good, homie? What's good? What's good, Rook? But anyway, hopefully you guys are all doing well out there. Can you do me a favor, though? It's a simple ask. Where are we at? I see a gang y'all in here. I appreciate the love and the interest in this. Come on. Let's what? Let us get, can we get to 2,000K? Can we get to 2K? Hit that like button down below. No one's hitting no nut. I understand everybody's focused because they want to know what is actually going on. All I'm asking for you guys to do is hit that like button down below, please and thank you. And then, of course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, okay? Subscribe, because we will be covering this for the duration of this entire trial, okay? You know, especially when it's real, when the big witnesses step up, we are going to be covering it like a mug, and it's going to be coming in hot, okay? So hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe, okay? Now, we got to continue on because there's more to this. But before we do that, let me see what Inner City Press has been saying as of late. And then I'll pull that up for you guys as well. But that is insane. 36 hours to 4 days and with no breaks whatsoever. And then after that, it's like, oh, it's disturbing to me, guys. That is disturbing. Sorry, I'm pulling this all the way back so we can see where we are at. Okay. So they say they're back. So this was about 38 minutes ago. So we are fully up to date now, guys. I can't believe I just did that. Hit the whoa. Okay. Anyway, I'm very proud of myself. Okay. So there's a lot that we still need to cover. There's still a lot going on. Remember, this could be a 4-day, have mercy, a 4-day testimony. So we're going to be hearing a lot from Cassie. This is nonstop, y'all. This is going to be non-freaking stop. So get ready. So they said they're back. Okay. So they say, welcome back. What was your manager? Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? Cassie says, James Cruz. Prosecution says, what did he tell you? Cassie says that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean, Diddy. So how did you make money if your records weren't being released? She said, I did hosting parties when Sean approved them. So she still had to pass the okay and get the approval by Diddy just so she can make some extra scratch, which is insane. Okay. What comments did Sean or Diddy make about your physical appearance? She says that I looked too Mexican with my hair like that. What? So, how did he like your nails? White, French tipped. Remember, he liked the white nails, nail polish. Remember that. Hair, it varied. I shaved my head in 2009. Your body, he told me to work out. Prepare for the freak-offs. Goo! So basically, he brought her in solely to be his toy, to be his slave. I can't even say the full word, but you get what I'm saying. His slave, right? Clearly, this is his toy for him to play with, according to Cassie. Told me the workout, prepare for the freak-offs. How did you feel about his comments? She says it varied. What else did Sean pay for? She says cars. Did he give you cash? She says yes. But he would take things away depending on how he felt. What else would he take away? My self-confidence. What would he take? Who would take things away? Staff. I assume staff. So then defense says, objection. So the judge says, jury will disregard that last answer. Interesting. Prosecution says, I guess, who took your laptop and phone? Security. How long? How long would they be gone for? However long I was being punished for. So he literally would take, you're bad. You're being bad. If you're not going to fix your face, I'm taking your laptop and I'm taking your phone. Like she's a child, guys. Like she's a child. How often were you in contact with Diddy's staff? Daily. Who are in these photos? KK, Christina Coram, and Miss Fletcher. What did you call Miss Coram? KK. And who's this? D-Rock. He was Sean's security. How frequently were you in Sean's residences? All the time. Did they all have safes? All have safes. Yes. What did you observe in them? Cash, jewelry, cameras, and videotapes, pew-pews, guns in New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. So in all kinds of places, he had weapons, he had jewelry, cash, cameras, and videotapes in all of these safes. So again, the stories that we've been hearing about Kim Porter and her writing stories, writing in a diary, alleged diary, where she's saying that he had a safe filled with these S tapes and all that. We're hearing it right now, right? We're seeing that she's saying, yeah, he had these safes filled with freak-off tapes, along with cameras and, weapons and jewelry and cash, right? Do you recall an incident between Diddy and Suge Knight? She says, yes, we were having a freak-off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. Wow. What was your reaction? I cried. I said, don't do anything stupid. Were you ever handed a pew-pew? She says, yes. We were going to a club in downtown LA. We'd taken shrooms. I was high. I was told to put a pew-pew in my bag. I was freaking out. You realize this is a big deal because this makes me feel maybe, just maybe, this is an inkling or a little bit of a foreshadowing of somebody else coming through. Somebody else who says, her love don't cost a thing. Remember? New York nightclub. She allegedly was given a pew-pew to hold in her purse before walking into a mother-loving club. So the question remains, was J-Lo, who apparently is sober, does not drink, does not do substances at all, at least that's what she says on camera, okay? I'm wondering, was she high as hell when she was given a pew-pew to put in her bag? Because how did that pew-pew show up on that unbelievable, tragic night in New York at that club? Something to think about, guys. Shout out to Natani Rubin. Something to think about. Something to think about. And maybe, because there has been some rumor, speculation, that J-Lo is coming in. She gonna talk or testify. That's alleged. Don't know if that's entirely true, but you never know now. You never know. But let's move on. So she was high and she was given a pew-pew to put in her bag, right? She was freaking out, she says. Who was present? A driver, security, and Sean, Diddy. She says, another time I saw them get dressed and grab pew-pews and leave in an SUV. I wonder why. How long were they gone for? She says 30 to 40 minutes. Let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean or Diddy mention voyeurism to you? She says first 6 months or a year. So within the first 6 months or a year of their relationship, he was already going, hey, yo, girl, I need to show you about this thing that I like call voyeurism, later called a freak off. Yeah. Interesting. How old were you? At that time, she was 22 years old. Why did you agree to try a freak off? She says, good question. I wanted to make him happy. Where was the first freak off? In one of his homes in Los Angeles. So I guess they were pulling up a photo, like Exhibit 2A-627. Who is this love? And she says, the first S worker ever. It's got to be. Do you know his name? She says, no. I'll call him the first S worker. Were you aware he was paid? She says, yes, to dance and to have relations with me. What substances did you take? X and alcohol before things started. Did you disguise your appearance? She says, Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask. Prosecution asks, what was a session in a freak off? How long was a session in a freak off until the escort finished? How many sessions with first escort? At least 2. How did you feel? She says, I was on stuff, so I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion, and that he was happy with me. Why did you feel you couldn't say no? I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he'd share this part of himself with me. How frequent did these freak-offs become? She says weekly for a consistent amount of years. Oh, my dear God, man. Dear God, that's a lot of, holy cow. Weekly? Clearly, she wouldn't have time to do any music. So when was your last one? 2017, 2018? How long were you awake? How long were you awake during the freak-offs? I never slept. I took substances. X, Molly, Yayo. Do you recall all the freak-offs? That would be impossible. Did you want to stop? Yes. I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. She starts crying. Did you tell him you didn't want to? She says yes. I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else. Prosecution asks, were you able to express your concerns to him? And then, of course, defense says, objection, leading. Judge says, please rephrase. Prosecution says, why would you talk to him gently? She says, because I didn't want him to be angry. Then, okay, I guess they're pulling up another still of something. What is this? Like probably on a projector or some big screen. What is this? She says, an email between me and Diddy. What did you call him? Pop. Why? He asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. Huh. He wanted to be called what she called her grandpa? That's weird. What did you write? I really need to F. Why did you write that? Because I wanted to be with him. I'll read your messages, you read yours. So she's reading as Diddy, okay? Um you don't want to do anymore. And then she says, I'm so predictable. Interesting. Email between me and him. Okay, pop, blah, blah, blah. Were you able to express? Okay, blah, blah, blah. I'm just looking through this one more again because there's a lot here. Actually, there's some up here I want to talk about here. In the very, 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 very beginning, because I was, of course, keeping an eye on this when we were watching. Of course, shout out to Inner City Press. Okay, this discussed last week. He suspected she was cheating on him. He did not answer her phone. She got into a bar fight and tried to unalive someone. So it's relevant. Oh, this is some other thing here. Hold on. We'll probably come back to that in a second. I'm trying to get to this is all the male S worker, the male dancer. So give me 2 seconds here. Trying to get to where Cassie's stuff starts. 1 second, guys. I appreciate everybody here. Please be sure to hit that like button down below, okay? Help the channel. All right, let's get it to 2. 2K, that would be awesome. Okay, Black Anonymous, what's up? Literally, actual slave. Yep, abso-freaking-lutely. Appreciate the super chat. Absolutely. This is insane, y'all. This is insane. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let me show you a video. This part I thought was interesting as well. Right here. Let me show you a video. Okay. So it was, of course, the infamous video of the hotel room, of the hotel in the fight between these two, Diddy and Cassie. Okay. Whereas this, she says, of course, the Intercontinental in LA, it was after a freak off. I want you guys to know this. It was after a freak off. What does that entail? Hiring of an S worker, setting it up. How do you feel when he asked you, when he first asked you for it? Confused, nervous. I wanted to make him happy. But remember, she even says right here that this was after a freak off. After. She was running away because she was tired of it. She wanted nothing to do with it. And she was leaving, trying to get away after a freak off. So the guy in all black, or the black guy in dark clothing that the security guards said that he saw, that saw him inside the hotel room, that Cassie is basically speed walking, practically running towards the elevator, is clearly after a freak off. She's trying to get away. Because you never know. This dude probably wanted to do more. Because he's insane. Here's another part too. KK's name is in here as well. And Kim Porter. So we got to look at this. How did you and also about the lacing of drinks too. I forgot about that. So I want to go back to that, and then we're going to go back to up to date, because we are now up to date on everything, but we're waiting on him. So I want to give him Inner City a little bit of time so he can kind of catch up with his live tweets, okay? And then we'll do some more. But here's the thing: did you visit Sean Diddy in Miami? She says yes. I went with Kerry Morgan and Dallas Austin. So what did you do? What did you and Sean do together? Have relations. He gave me a Blue Dolphin X pill. on a boat. Had you once before taken X unintentionally? Unintentionally? She says yes. How did you take that unintentionally? She says it was in Gatorade. Sorry. Real talk. Real talk, y'all. It was in Gatorade. When you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel? Like rolling. At the time, what did you think? That we were spending a lot of time together. I thought we were monogamous. Was it made public? No, I was his artist. Also, his family, his children. Who is linked to him publicly? Kim Porter. So while he was talking to Cassie, he also had Kim Porter. And don't forget about the things that Kim Porter said, allegedly, in her tell-all diary. But what's interesting is she went to these freak-offs. She unintentionally did not know that she was drinking something that was laced. She drank some laced drinks, Gatorade, not even like Ciroc or a bottle of Cristal or you know what I mean? Like a bottle of champagne or anything of that sort. Nah. She was drinking just Gatorade, y'all. And that stuff was laced with something. Insane. Moving on, though. What was his lifestyle like? He had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. What's this photo? It's her and him at a strip club in New York. 2007, 2008, Halloween. How did Sean's moods vary day to day? When it swung, could you describe it? Anger, zoning out. How did it impact you? Greatly. Next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There were also psychological A. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. He would keep tabs on you. Okay. We didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James, Christina Coram. There's her name again. Was your relationship exclusive? No. Did you see other men? Yes. Did Sean see other women? Yes. He said, I'm Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. Did you move to LA with him? Yes. I wanted to be close to his kids who were there. Or he wanted to be close to his kids who were there. Sorry. Where did you live in LA? And then this particular condo. How tall was the building? 17 floors. Where did Sean live? At another place, but he used a golf cart to get back and forth. Like I said, it was not very far. All right? Not very far. They did not live far from each other. Who paid your rent in LA? Sean, except when I had a house in Studio City. Why did you pay then? I could afford it then. And I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. By whom? Diddy. And of course, we go back to the whole thing of like, how many songs did he do and all that. But again, nonetheless, man, Christina Coram's name is getting brought in here and all that, right? Kim Porter's name is being brought in here. Man, oh man. So, of course, this is during an email, all right? So she says, I'm so predictable. He says, you don't want to do anymore. This is what Sean apparently said in a message. Okay. She says, I'm so predictable. What do you think this meant? That he knew I didn't want to do the freak offs anymore. But then I backpedaled. Why? She says, to not make him angry. He could be violent. Where did you get your outfit? Pleasure chest. Elsewhere. Somebody just said violent as in unaliving people. Say it, Cassie, say it. Well, we haven't heard anything like that yet, for sure. But let's see. We got a few updates here. So let's take a look. Let's see. The most said 4. So she talks about the time that she was there having a freak off at one of his homes when one of the guards, D-Rock, alerted Combs that Suge Knight, a longtime music industry rival, was at a diner in the city. She says they immediately started getting ready to go meet him, which made her scream and cry in fear. They all left in an SUV, and she was handed a weapon to put in her purse. She says that was not the only time she was asked to handle a weapon for Combs, which terrified her. The testimony mirrors an account from her 2023 lawsuit. Again, guys, the fact that she's sitting there going, hey, I was asked to hold a weapon. I put that weapon in my purse. And this is not the only time that I've been asked to carry a weapon. Okay? That's crazy. That's crazy and absolutely wild. But let's continue on. Let's see another update. Because we're going to hop over to New York Times, I think, here, or NBC, because this is New York Times or Washington Post. We're going to look at some of these and see what happens. So, for their first freak off, Diddy arranged a dancer from Las Vegas to have relations with Cassie. She testifies. They took some substances and drank some alcohol. She says, adding that she felt dirty and confused after, but she felt she couldn't say no to continuing the encounters. I didn't want to make him upset. I didn't want him to get angry and regret telling me about this experience that was so personal. After the freak off started, Cassie testified, they became almost weekly. Moving on. She also testifies that the freak offs could last 2 to 3 days with no sleep despite her desire to get rest. Substances helped keep them awake, she says, choking back the tears. She testifies that the encounters made her feel disgusting and humiliated. She says Diddy was a different person during those events. His eyes go black. The version of him I was in love with was no longer there, she testified. She says she wanted Diddy to know that these freak-offs made her feel horrible and worthless, like she had nothing else to offer as a person. She says she expressed those concerns to him multiple times, but he was pretty dismissive. We got a new update, right? The jury saw emails between Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs from 2010. Her contact name for him was Pop Pop. She testifies that he made her use that nickname for him because it was what she called her grandfather. That's weird, y'all. I agree. She says, I thought it was weird, she says on the stand. That is weird. Like, you know what I mean? I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine. You know what I mean? That's weird. That's weird. Okay? Yes, that was George Michael. But that's weird. Till the end of time. Okay, that's weird. Ain't nobody that I'm bumping uglies with gonna be calling me Pop Pop like you call your grandpa. That is weird, y'all. I'm sorry. I got to hit the button. Pop Pop? No, that is weird. Okay. Now you don't want to do anymore. I already know. This is what he said. You so predictable. So she testifies that she interpreted his message as him dismissing her expressions of discomfort with the arrangement. I'm just saying, that's weird. That's really weird. I'm sorry. Yeah. Call me Pop Pop. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. That's weird, y'all. Okay? That's freaking weird. Lauren, thank you so much for being a member for over 42 months. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put him under the prison. Shoot, after this testimony. This is not good testimony. This does not look good for him. Lauren, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. This does not look good for him. Straight up. Okay? This is not good. But here's the thing. Remember, the things that she went through, the fact that she did these freak-offs, okay? Because she is saying that she is somebody who has moved around to perform in these things too. She is someone who's claiming to have been ST'd, trafficked. Okay? So this is all part of that. Now, her getting attacked and all that, that is not, he's not on trial for putting his hands on her. Let's not forget that, which was a disturbing thing that they used in the for the defense. The defense was sitting there going like, oh yeah, you know, it's all about love. Our defense is about love. This had to do with love, which was disturbing as all hell, right? But one thing is for sure, if she really was moved around, y'all, have mercy. He's going to have some serious explaining to do. So hopefully we're going to get into that here very soon. But again, we're getting all of the breakdown of everything that she's gone through with Diddy, or at least what she's alleging, okay? With all due respect. This is what she's alleging, okay? But that video is very scathing. It's very telling. Moving on. Cassie is now listing the places where she and Diddy had freak-offs. They occurred mostly in hotels, she says, including in New York City, Miami, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Las Vegas, Ibiza, and Turks and Caicos. She says she sometimes booked the hotel rooms, as did Tony Fletcher, and that was an employee of Bad Boy Records. They would book under pseudonyms, Cassie testified, including Frank Black and Frank White. Let's see what we got here too. Did you get piercings? Yes. Diddy came with me. Which of his homes did you have freak-offs in? Miami and New York. What other homes? My homes, all but Studio City. In what other cities? Atlanta, Ibiza. What hotels in New York did you have freak-offs? Trump, Gramercy, Intercontinental, 44th Street. Yes. Elsewhere, Mandarin or Oriental, the Fontainebleau. What names were used? Jackie Starr I used. Frank Black. What supplies for freak-offs? Astroglide, Baby Oil, and Jimmy hats. Yeah, I said it. We going old school with this. Jimmy hats. Who brought the supplies? Security. Sean's assistants. Diddy's team. Which brand of baby oil? Johnson's. Is there other brands of baby oil? I've only known it as Johnson and Johnson. Yeah, I said Jimmy hats. We going all the way. We going early 90s right now, guys. We going all the way back. You know what I mean? Make sure you got that Jimmy hat on, brother. Anyway, moving on. So she says whoever bought the supplies was family, or was not family, employees of his people that were working for him. Okay, enterprise, guys. Enterprise. Let's not forget that. Baby oil, what kind of brand? Now, I'm assuming that Johnson & Johnson is not sponsoring this trial, okay? But they're asking anyway, what brand of baby oil? And she says, I'm sorry, Johnson & Johnson, okay? How was it used? Sean Diddy said, you need to be glistening. You need to be glistening. That's what you guys need to be, glistening. I need to see the bodies glistening. All the bodies, the skin glistening and stuff. Woo! Yes. No, not vegetable oil, baby oil, because the bodies need to be glistening. All that melanin in skin need to be glistening. I want to see the light bounce off that booty. Yeah. That's literally what was going on. This man needs help. This man needs help. Okay. That's funny. I'm sorry. Shout out to Popcorn Planet. But Andy Signor just said, Johnson & Johnson, not sure this is the kind of press you wanted, just so you know. They were like, on behalf of Johnson & Johnson Baby Oil, we do not endorse this man or this trial. Thank you very much. But let's see what's going on here. See if there's any more updates. Okay. So were there freak-offs where you ran out of baby oil? Oh my God. I get it though. I get it. I get that what they're trying to allude to. Okay, I get it. They say, objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant. It kind of is. It kind of is relevant. Because if they really did find 1,000 bottles of baby oil in his crib, thousands of bottles of baby oil, why would you need that much baby oil? Well, it now makes sense. If you're doing activity like that weekly and people need to be glistening, I see what they're trying to do. See, this is the reason why he would need 1,000 bottles of baby oil, because this guy was all about it. I wonder if he bought stock in Johnson & Johnson, for crying out loud, buying as much as he bought. Diggity damn. But moving on. All right. So they said, objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. So they changed the subject. So they said, you also mentioned Astroglide. They said, same objection, irrelevant. And now judge says, sidebar, come up here, guys. Damn it. What the hell are you doing? How dare you bring up about lube? Astroglide. What's the point? Why are we talking about this? I get what they're doing. I get what prosecution's trying to do. To me, it makes sense. Let's see what's going on with Washington Post, though. Let's see what they got to say. Shall we? Are there any updates over here? Okay. They got a couple. Let's go. Let's go back a little bit. 30 minutes back. Okay. Asked how she felt about after the first freak off. She says, I was under the influence, so there wasn't much feeling. She said there was a mixture of dirty and confusion. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Same thing. Because I'm wanting to see if there's any other little bits of nuanced information that we're missing here. You feel me, right? Y'all feel me, okay? Y'all feel me. All right. Cassie testified that Diddy involved her in these freak-offs weekly, okay, for a consistent amount of years. She said he provided substances and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her positions that she was in with these S workers to the lighting in the room. Like I said, he thought he was the Martin Scorsese of adult film. That's literally what he thought. He's like, okay, we're going to take this shot. We're going to take it in. We're going to do a nice slow push on the dolly with this nice camera with the candle lights in the background. And you're going to be the star, honey. You're going to be the star. But I need you right there. Hold that position as long as you can, because I'm going to do this nice slow push with this camera. You're just going to have to hold it. Just hold it for me, honey. Excuse me. Can I get more baby oil right here on her? Because she's getting dry in this particular area. We need it to be glistening. I need it to be glistening. I need to see the candlelight bouncing off of her melanin's baby oil skin. He choreographed everything. So these performances went on for hours, as she said. And even when she wanted to stop, she was scared to, which I totally understand. Cassie said it would be impossible to remember every freak-off she participated in because of the frequency of the events and the amount of substances that she would use in these things at these parties. It just felt like it was all I was good for. It felt like it was all I was good for to him. Her voice is breaking. I was humiliated. She began crying, and she recalled feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Diddy during parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get. That's the only time she could get with him. That is so sad. She said she would sometimes try to talk him out of the freak-offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. Cassie was asked explicitly who she wanted to have relations with. And she said, I wanted to have relations with Sean. Did you want to have relations with the escorts? She replies, no. This has been a very emotional part for Cassie's testimony. She has paused to dab tears from her eyes, and her voice is still hoarse and tight. That's so sad. Cassie referred to, okay, we already know about the pop thing, which is weird. Moving on. When Cassie tried to tell Diddy she was not a fan of the freak-offs, her longtime boyfriend berated her, according to her testimony today. Cassie said that she would backpedal at that point for fear of disappointing Diddy. Okay, jurors were shown a series of emails from 2010 between the couple, starting off raunchy and playful before turning into an argument about whether Cassie would want to participate in future freak-offs. And that's it for this so far. And then, of course, we have a sidebar going on right now because they're asking about the stuff. They're asking about the oil in the lube. And again, I don't think there's anything wrong with them asking about that if that's something that was found as evidence in his home. Let's see. This is old. This is old too. Hold on, let me see. Hit the refresh button, see if there's anything more, anything new. Okay. Yep. So she got emotional at the in court this afternoon. She's 8 months pregnant. She grabbed a tissue when she answered the question. And then like I said, this part is so sad. The fact that it's like the one-on-one time I would get with him was the best part. That's all I wanted. I wanted to be with him, and that's it. Right? Truly, truly a sad thing to hear. Let's see. Is there new updates here? Let's take a look at this. Man, and shout out to all these people. Shout out to New York Times, Washington Post, NBC News, Inner City Press, for all of them keeping up to date on everything, because this is phenomenal, okay? And man, these people are fast typers. That's what I'll say, okay? But she did say that she was moved around a lot. Let's not forget, she was moved around a bunch from Ibiza to Turk and Caicos to Miami, LA, Atlanta, New York, you name it. She was moved around quite a bit, just so you guys know. Cassie is now testifying about details surrounding the freak-offs. Assistants and security guards would stock the room with Jimmy hats, baby oil, Astroglide, and lube. She testifies that Diddy asked that the baby oil be heated and that he wanted her to be glistening with it, requiring that she apply it in frequent intervals. The encounters were, quote unquote, very choreographed experiences directed by Mr. Combs himself. Once, Cassie says, Diddy asked her to get into a blown up pool filled with baby oil inside a hotel room. She says she was wearing her clothes and shoes and didn't want to, but at that point, I couldn't say no because she was worried about his temper. Something that Sean wanted to happen, that's what was going to happen, she says. Whether she wanted to or not. Man, that's crazy. So let's see. She's deep into the testimony about her encounters known as freak-offs at the center of the prosecution's case. Ventura described them as elaborate marathons with another man that fulfilled Diddy's desire for voyeurism. So she testified that these freak-offs quickly made her feel disgusting and humiliated, like we've heard about before. Now, let's see. They had a sidebar, so let's see if there's anything more. Okay. We were just talking about the Astroglide. How was it used? Lubricant. So if you ran out, what? We'd call either staff or the bell desk, give them a tip. Were the freak-offs lit? Were the freak-offs lit, though? No, I'm kidding. Were the freak-offs lit? I'm thinking, what she's talking about, right? Initially, it was a candle, or it was candles, strong-smelling glades. Yeah, because, I'm sure that room smelled like nothing but booty holes and halitosis. But moving on, any other use of candle wax, a few times poured on my body. Who set the temperature in the room? Diddy. I was expected to do freak-offs on my period. Oh, good God. Did you want to do that? Do the hibbity dibbity on when it's that time of the month? She says no. Who would want to do that when it's that time of the month, man? Damn. Did you want to be number one on? Defense says objection. Judge says grounds. Defense says asked and answered. Judge says overruled. So she answers, no, I did not want it. How did it feel? Prosecution asks. It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Have mercy. This is just nasty. Okay? Just nasty. All right? Nasty, nasty, nasty. Even when it was that time of the month, he's like, you get no days off, girl. I don't care if it's that time of the month. I don't care. No days off. Remember, we've seen him flip out, right? Anything I want, I get. You know what I mean? That whole thing. Man, I need to find that clip because that clip is insane. And it's very much what we're seeing right now. But imagine this, guys. Imagine this. Imagine this. Insane. No days off. This is not team no days off, okay? Like that's insane. That's insane. So she describes Diddy as a scary person. She says she was always conscious of appeasing Diddy and did everything possible to stay in his good graces. I didn't want him to be upset or not trust me, she testified. He was a scary person. He would be violent. She said that they engaged in freak-offs in all the homes and hotels, listing several places in Southern California and across the country. Let's go over here. Is there any updates over here? Let's see. We've already seen that. We just read that. Let's see what they got here. Any updates here? Cassie is now being asked very specific and graphic details about how the freak-offs were set up and who helped set them up. She says freak-offs were very choreographed experiences conducted by Diddy. They happened in hotel rooms in New York City, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Miami, Turks and Caicos, and Ibiza. Hotel reservations were made under aliases like Jackie Star for Ventura, or for Cassie, or Frank Black or Frank White for Combs. It's worth noting Frank White is the nickname of Combs' former artist, the late Notorious B.I.G., first adopted. Interesting. Good information to know. But that's weird. So he was always being like, shout out to Biggie. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. Let's see what Inner City has. She had to perform even when it was that time of the month. Why were you choking? Too much number one in my mouth. Who used to do this to you? Do the number one. Diddy used to do it. Did you want Diddy to do this? I didn't want anyone to do this on me. How often did it happen? She says often enough. Diggity, diggity, damn. Which hotel charged the most for damage to the room? Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. Back to the number one. And then this person said, the judge says, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. Because real talk, how can we keep on talking about the number one? You know what I mean? How many times can we talk about this kind of shower? You feel me? Why didn't you say no? She asks. And we'll just wait and see what they say. But at the same time, it's interesting that the prosecution's like, well, we got to keep going back to the number one thing, him relieving himself like that. We need to talk about that. We need to go back. And the judge is like, I don't know if I could sit here and listen to more things about number one or number two. Can we continue, please? Let's move on. There's other topics to talk about. She's here for a while, guys. Okay. And yeah, here's the thing, guys. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to say that she consented. I don't know if you can really consider this consent. I don't know if you can, because at the end of the day, also, okay, let me just say this. If she was scared and he was putting his paws on her, then yes, she was coerced. But the only way it's consensual is if she was doing it and she never had any problems. She never spoke up about it or anything. But in her mind, she wasn't cool with it, right? That's the only way that people would be out here saying, oh, yeah, this was consent. This was consensual. But in actuality, if she did have her reservations, tell him about those things, and he still forced her to do those things, that's not consensual anymore. Now he's forcing her to do it. Just so you know. Here's another thing, too. As soon as somebody speaks up and says, I'm not comfortable with this, that means no. I don't want to do this anymore. That means no. A straight up no means no. So instantly, as soon as she does speak up and say, I don't want to do this, Diddy should have stepped away. Said, okay, sorry. I'm so sorry, babe. I didn't know you didn't want to do this. I'm out. Also, let's not forget, they haven't gotten into more. I'm sure they're going to get into more details here very soon. But you also got to remember the amount of time she has taken things that she did not intentionally take, like drinking Gatorade that was laced with something, and she didn't know that it was laced. She has been forced to do things against her will, unbeknownst to her. So again, as much as we could sit here and say, oh yeah, this is that she wanted to do this. Maybe the first one she wanted to, but then after that, she didn't really want to do it. We have to keep that in consideration for sure. All right. So of course they said we got to go back to the number one. Judge says, can you please make this brief? You know what I mean? Like, ask a few more questions and we got to move on. Okay. Why didn't you say no? Prosecution says. Ventura says, it was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being number one on by two men. Where did you find these particular S workers? Initially, Craigslist. And then they pause. Wow. In freaking sane. Let me just say that real quick. Insane. We ain't done yet. They're taking a little bit of a break, but there's a lot to dissect here. There's a lot to have to work out here. This is insane. Baby oil used in freak-offs at Diddy's request. Okay, so baby oil was used in freak-offs, at Sean Combs' request, according to Cassie, who said everyone involved, including her, would pour it all over their bodies. Sean, Diddy, wanted it heated and wanted it to be glistening, so we applied it every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. Cassie said there was a pool filled with baby oil during a freak off at the Montage Beverly Hills, which she got into at Diddy's request. Remember, apparently she was wearing heels like she had clothes on, and he's like, "I want you in there with your clothes on," and she complied because she was scared that he was going to hurt her. That is not consent. You see what I'm saying? That is fear. That's not consent. If Sean wanted it to happen, that was what was going to happen. There was no way around it. We used 10 bottles of baby oil, regular size, 10 bottles of baby oil in one freak off. And you got to remember, if these are lasting for days on days, yeah, I get him having a whole pallet of baby oil, thousands of bottles of baby oil. Yet, remember that whole urban legend, that urban legend or that rumor that was going on? By the way, yes, 10 bottles, and that's a lot of bottles of baby oil, okay? We already had this discussion before, but when was the last time that you saw anybody use baby oil that much? I know friends of mine that have baby oil, a bottle of baby oil that they've had for like 7 years, and it's the same bottle that they bought 7 years ago because they don't use it that much. Baby oil goes a little bit of baby oil goes a long way, a very long way. But going back to what we were talking about, what I was just talking about, there's been a lot of rumors, okay? There's been a lot of rumors about the baby oil being laced. So far, they have not talked about the baby oil being laced with anything, guys, with anything. So here's the thing, and this is crucial because there's a lot of people that are suing Diddy right now, claiming that they were doused with laced baby oil. If they do talk about it and they prove positive that none of that actually happened, that the laced baby oil does not exist, there's going to be a lot of alleged accusers that are going to have to talk with their lawyers. That's what they're going to have to. So I'm hoping that they discuss this here very, very soon. Real talk. I hope that they discuss this very, very soon because the laced baby oil stuff is something else. So Cassie also mentioned other items used in the freak-offs, including the Astroglide, okay? The Jimmy hats. Staff would bring the items, but if the freak-off was last minute, Cassie would go and get them and bring them to the thing. Let's see what they're saying here. Of course, the prosecution's asking Cassie for a detailed description of what the hotel would look like after these said freak-offs went down. Okay. Cassie says there would be baby oil all over the walls and the door handles. There would sometimes be blood on the linens because she was expected to have freak-offs while she was on that time of the month, like we just talked about. And there could be urine on the sheets because he would sometimes direct these particular S workers to do the number one on her. She did not want that to happen, she says, but there were no conversations about her preferences. It was a turn on for him, so it happened. That's what Cassie said. Why didn't you say no when that happened? This is what prosecution asked. I thought it was obvious that I didn't want to do it, she replies. Man, this is some crazy stuff, y'all. Hoo-wee. Crazy, crazy stuff. And of course, they're on break right now, which is absolutely insane. And of course, talking about number one, number two. All right. is pretty crazy stuff, to say the least. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, baby oil. Objection, Your Honor. Baby oil. Baby oil. Okay. But what say you guys so far? I'm wondering what kind of question I could put in as a poll right now. I'm trying to think of what the question could be to put into the poll. So if you guys have any suggestions, please comment and I'll use that. Okay. Yeah, I only know bodybuilders, fitness like influencers, and babies being, using baby oil. I don't know many other people that use baby oil on the reg. I mean, aside from Diddy and models and bodybuilders for God knows what, right? And The Rock, right? The Rock for his movies. But that's about it. Oh, massages, yeah. Masseuses. Yeah, I can see that too. But at the same time, really? This is crazy. It's crazy. But hold on, let me get a little drink here. Yeah, fascinating stuff, guys. I'm wondering how long this break is going to be, but I do want to pull up Law and Crime. They've been doing a really great job covering this as well. Gives us a chance to kind of take a little bit of a breather. Hold on, let me see what they're at here. Yeah, they're back to just being outside. But I do want to, hear what they got to say about some of this here. So,
What he did to her.
But real quick, before I jump into this, I want to point something out. I can't even believe I want to give Cassie some love here. Real talk. Because real talk, and I don't mean that because he's about love, like that BS that they said. It's about love. What came from him was love. Shut up. But one thing is for sure, it takes a lot of guts to get up here and talk about all of these things. These are traumatizing. Everything from traumatizing to embarrassing. Now we got the whole world who has been sitting here waiting at the edge of their seats, waiting for her to speak. Now they're learning more about something that is very personal, right? Now, if he respected her wishes and did not put his hands on her or do anything rude to her in the way that he did, they would not be here. They might not be where they are right now, meaning her sitting doing this unbelievable, jaw-dropping testimony, and he would not be looking at fighting for his life right now if he just listened to her and respected her wishes. Oh, here's the other thing. Keeping her doggone hands to herself. Or keeping his hands to himself. That's what I meant. Keeping his doggone hands to his self. That's it. But instead, they have gone. And now they're here in this situation. And now we're knowing things that we really don't need to know, but we do need to know because there were crimes that possibly were committed before, during, and after these freak-offs commenced. Let's be real. So this is, like I said, just a very mind-blowing situation. And here's the other thing too. And I don't know if you saw my other video that I posted earlier today, and I think is a very crucial piece of information that I talked about in this video. And I highly recommend you guys go and check it out. But her team, her actual lawyer, is trying to seal freak-off tapes from being seen by the news. Yeah. Because apparently there's some news organizations that have actually filed paperwork to get access to actually watch the freak-offs the freak off tapes themselves with their own two eyes. Her team, her lawyer, is trying to fight and say, hey, her testimony is going to be enough. Her testimony is going to be graphic enough. Do you really need to see it? Do you really need to see it? If she's going to be telling the truth, if she's testifying under oath, telling the truth, she doesn't need to sit here and go and tell people and have you guys watch these embarrassing, sad, disturbing, and deplorable things that were done to this woman. Just listen to her testimony. Now, I highly recommend you guys go over and check out that video, okay? Because again, I think that I don't blame her lawyer for doing what they're trying to do, because let's be real, somebody's going to try to do something stupid. And then, of course, somebody's going to write down stitch by stitch, moment by moment, and that's going to be plastered all over the internet in YouTube videos and in articles where people are going to be describing every disturbing, nuanced thing that is happening in every single freak-off tape. And it's not only just Cassie. It's also other possible victims that are actually depicted or captured on film in these freak-offs as well. So again, check out the video. It's on my channel, okay? I highly recommend you guys go check it out. I'm telling you right now, it is insane that people are desperately trying to get their hands on those videos. I'm telling you right now, it's like this video, that it's seeing that kind of freak off tape to, there's other videos that you just don't want to see. There's things that you just don't want to see, because once you see it, you can't unsee it ever again. Real talk. So why put yourself through that, right? And again, yeah, Lindy, I agree. It's not love. This is not what we're seeing right now. What she went through and what we saw, at least, we all can agree that what happened on that video is unbelievable. And that's not a depiction of love. That is a depiction of violence. Okay? That is a depiction of full-on violence. Someone putting their hands on somebody else that should not have happened. Period, point blank. Blank. I can't talk. Period, point blank. But here it is, though. Real quick, before we go into this, because I want to hear some of this too, okay? Robin, thank you so much for becoming a member. And just like Robin Lynn, please hit that join button down below, okay? Also, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. And guys, whoever just became a member, welcome to the family. Please, all I ask, because Robin Lynn just gave you some love, give some love back. Open the door for somebody. Make a cup of coffee for somebody. Call your parents, okay? Call that friend you haven't talked to in a while. Just catch up. It just takes 5 minutes to make a phone call. All right? Just do something positive, all right? Pay it forward. That's all I ask. Ivy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Are the kids hearing this? That's what I'd like to know, too. I'm sure there's going to be news about them, like, getting up and walking out or something. Somebody's going to tell us something. Wait for it. But if I find out, I'll let you guys know, okay? We're keeping an eye on things, okay? Ivy, thank you so much. This is too much stress for a 9-month prego. Wow. Yep, this is a lot of stress for sure. This is not how it should be. It shouldn't. But unfortunately, this is just how everything is laid out. I'm actually kind of curious if she's having a boy or a girl. I'm actually curious about that too. But moving on. Lauren S, 7.7K, yep, in the chat. And only 1.6 likes. I know, that's crazy, right? Hit the like, fam. Hit that like. Where we at? Let me see where we at. Come on, guys. It shouldn't be that hard to get to 2K. Come on. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. We're going to be getting back into this conversation here shortly. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe. Subscribe. Come on now. Subscribe. Okay? Please and thank you. Don't forget to subscribe. Okay? EJ, thank you for the amazing content, Pascal. Love how that you're providing a bird's eye view for us at home. Of course. If I could be there, man, I'd be having a field day. I'm just telling you right now. S-dubs, your mods are traumatized. Well, I don't know what you're traumatized about, but keep kicking ass, and you don't have to work so hard. Okay. If there's people in there acting like a fool, just, if you don't get them, you don't get them. It's okay. They'll pop back up if they're trying to be trolls. Okay. Just breathe. Everybody's going to be fine. Okay. Buddy Love, thank you so much, Love. I wonder what's the cost to clean up the space after one of these events? Are hazmat suits involved? That's what I'd like to know too. Like, how much cleanup is involved to cleaning up? It's like walking into a crime scene, it sounds like. Well, literally it is if you really think about it. Technically. Okay. Except it's not like, it's not like in unaliving, but I'm saying like it is a crime. That's what prosecution's making it out to be, that this is a crime. So that is interesting. Okay. Did he have a private cleaning crew? No. From my understanding, the hotel would clean up anything that was superficial. So if there was like broken doorknobs, dents in the walls and stuff like that, they would pay for those fix-ups. But as far as cleaning up the space, his team would clean that up. That's at least what the feds are claiming, that he would have people come in and clean up his mess. So that's interesting, right? But as far as if there was a broken vase, that kind of thing, they would just charge him for those broken pieces, right? Penny, thank you so much for the love. Thanks for being you. Of course. Thank you. Thank you for being you too, Penny. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Charlie Miller, what's up? Would you take a dip in a pool of baby oil? I should try that. Why not? Why not? I'm sure somebody's done some oil wrestling or something like that. I'm sure. IV4, thank you so much. How would this guy get acquitted? That's a damn good question. I do not know. I don't know how he would get acquitted. I don't see him getting acquitted unless somebody comes in, or it would have to be like Cassie coming up and being like, I'm sorry, I lied. It's all a lie. It was all consensual. He's a good man. He's never touched me. That video that you saw in the hotel room, that was all AI. All that stuff. It would have to be that. He will not get acquitted. Not on all charges. I will say that. 24-hour Bud Delivery. What's up, man? Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family, man. And just like 24-hour Bud Delivery, please consider hitting that join button down below and becoming a member, okay? But let's go into more. Yeah, I think so too, Nicole B. I really think that no matter what, that video is going to put on, give him some years. I think there's no way he's going to be able to live that down. It's going to be tough, especially in this courtroom. Just saying, especially when you have Cassie saying, I actually got up and ran away from a freak off. That's the video that you're seeing right here. I was running away from a doggone freak off. That's big. Okay. But let's play a little bit of this. I just want to hear what they got to say about everything that's going on. Hold on. I don't know who the guy in the beard is, but we all do know Jesse Weber, okay, from Law and Crime.
Transcripts, using them to create, again, AI depictions of what was happening in that courtroom. You can check it out on YouTube. We're experimenting a little bit with there. So we have a super chat question. Thank you so much. This is from Zenpai. Can civil discovery aid the feds? So I wonder if you're talking about discovery and all the lawsuits, can that be used to help the feds in this criminal case?
In theory, it could. I don't know if those civil suits are really going forward. For the most part, civil litigation in a matter like this will be stayed pending the criminal investigation. Because, for example, you can't take a deposition of Sean Combs while he's under trial for federal crimes. So usually the civil litigation actually lags behind. But if there is discovery, it could be used. And certainly what the victims have, right? You would think somebody from the federal government has called every single person who's brought a lawsuit against Sean Combs to ask them about the facts and to try to get whatever evidence they have.
Got another question from Danny. Danny asked the question earlier today. Got another question. Should Diddy have taken the plea deal? Right? There was reporting that he rejected a deal. Now, when this case first broke, I was of the opinion there's no way he's taking a deal, right? He's rushing towards a trial. It's remarkable that you have a trial going at the federal level in under a year from an arrest and indictment. To me, not only did he feel that he could beat the case, he didn't want to spend one more day in lockup. And I didn't think he was going to take a deal. I didn't think it was likely. He apparently rejected some sort of offer. We don't know what it was. Guests have said to me, as this case progresses, as this trial progresses, he may actually want to take a deal in the middle of the trial. I don't know if it would still be on the table. Your thoughts?
Well, I expect some sort of deal. The question is, what is the deal, right? Should he take a deal? I assume there's no offer they would ever make him that doesn't involve jail time.
And I would say double digits.
Double-digit jail time. I agree with that. So now you have a real quagmire for him, right? You have a real decision for him to make. Do I want to agree? And we have viewers who think him entering into a civil settlement of a civil lawsuit is confession of wrongdoing. How do you think they're going to feel if he takes a plea deal, right?
Yeah.
No kidding. He's not wrong on that, guys. Real talk. Even with this whole thing, you really don't think that people wouldn't side-eye him if he was to take a plea deal? And also on top of that, think about all the rumors and speculation that would come out the woodwork if he was to take a plea deal. People would sit there and say, oh, snap, he gonna squawk. He's gonna start naming names. Or, oh, he's gonna be just like Epi. He's just gonna be like Jeff Epi. Where suddenly he just takes a very long nap. Just saying. Just saying. Think about this, guys. Think about it. If he takes a plea deal right now, it's a wrap. Even so, if he took a plea deal even before this trial even happened, y'all, it would be a very bad look. Everyone would be like, oh, it's an admission of guilt. Just like him paying Cassie $30 million plus after she filed that lawsuit. Remember, she filed that lawsuit. 5 seconds later, he settled with her. 5 seconds later, he settled with her. That's not an admission of guilt. So again, no matter what, he's damned if he do, damned if he don't. And the thing is if he was to do a plea deal and he did this after Cassie does her testimony, it would solely be because he's like, I just can't take the embarrassment anymore. I just can't. Let's just settle. Or like, let's just get the plea deal going. Let's figure out a deal because this is bad. Because you got to remember, he is about to get raked through the coals. His reputation is getting destroyed right now. Yes. Okay. Tyranny, I agree. He is cooked right now. But here's the thing, though. I also want to remind you. I want to remind you guys. We haven't seen the defense yet. We have not seen what they're going to present. They might be presenting some serious smoking gun stuff, showing that he's done nothing of the sort except put his paws on Cassie, which he should be reprimanded for. But what if there is no STing going on? What if he's only getting in trouble? What if he should only get in trouble for soliciting pros? Think about that. That's a possibility, right? That he could literally go, okay, I'm in trouble for pros, for S workers, soliciting S workers. Okay. But the racketeering, the STing, moving people around state lines for my own sexual desires, done nothing wrong. I have not done that. I have not done that, guys. I'm innocent, right? But yeah, I called some people in to do certain things with Cassie and me and, another girl, another Jane Doe that's going to be coming up. But other than that, I didn't do any of this other stuff that you guys are claiming that I did. There's still that possibility. Like, he still has an open opportunity to fight that. Hence the reason why I say, okay, innocent till proven guilty in the court of law, but there's some things that he is definitely guilty of. If these things are to ring as true, the allegations that are set upon him, some of these things he most definitely did. And there's no question about it. And I know some will get upset about it, being like, no, what are you talking about? If you called up S workers to go across state lines, I'm sorry. Technically, that is STing. Just saying. Also, the other thing, oh yeah, Gordon, you ain't wrong. What about Gordon Jackson just said, what about the question? What about the pew-pews that were found? Right? What about the pew-pews that were found in his safe? What about those? Yeah, they could be considered that, especially when those weapons were serial numbers were sawed off and all that. Like I said, the dude, man, all I'm saying is homeboy, he got a lot of explaining to do. Okay? He's got a lot of explaining to do. But before we continue on with this, they have come back in. They are back. So let's get back into this, shall we? And again, I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Don't forget to hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that like button down below, please. And thank you. Don't forget to subscribe. We are going to be following this mother lover for a minute. Well, I mean, the whole time, okay? But I also do cover a lot of other stories over here, a lot of other cases as well. So please follow if you can. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you, okay? Like that would really mean a lot, okay? You know what? We got to 2,000, past 2,000, which is amazing. Let's get to 3K. I want to see 3K. Let's get to that. All right. Don't forget to subscribe. Okay. I will be covering this and we are watching this very closely. By the way, make sure you are subscribed to my second channel. It's called The Pascal Show Clips. Please subscribe over there as well, because there's a lot of little things that happen in between the trial every day, like even motions that they're trying to move and to have trying to make some certain things happen. Right. So please make sure you are subscribed to both channels, because there might be a pop-up video over there and pop-up videos here too, okay? Revolving around this and other cases as well, all right? That would be greatly appreciated. Okay, so they are back. And I appreciate, again, Inner City for what they've been doing, man. So all rise. So they say, so they all come back in, blah, blah, blah. Court's back in session. So, Miss Ventura, Cassie, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist? She says, in New York. Prosecution says, did you respond to ads on Backpage as well? Cassie says, yes. Prosecution says, who directed you to communicate with these pros? Defense says, objection. Prosecution says, obviously he pushed this on. So prosecution says, who, if anyone? Defense says, same objection. Assumes a fact not in evidence. Prosecution says, did he ever reach out to S workers independently? Good question. She says, no. Thank you. And of course, somebody said bingo, like I was just about to say, thank you. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Because if she just did this on her own time, that'd be a problem. Now, again, somebody's asking what is, like somebody said Backpage? What? Backpage is a page that's on the back of a page that has S workers and stuff like that. So it's kind of old school, I think. Isn't that old school? The Backpage thing? Or is that still a thing? I just thought, well, I don't know. It's old, right? That's old school, right? Okay, that's old school. But there used to be a thing called Backpages, and you could go and you can solicit S workers to fulfill your sexual appetites. But then you got Craigslist, which is wild. I'm telling you right now, you going on Craigslist to find some booty? That's crazy, guys. That's crazy. Oh, it got shut down. Backpage got shut down. Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. But imagine that. Imagine that. Now, I appreciate also this explanation, like this clarification, because the male S worker that was on yesterday and that kind of bled into today, he said out loud that Cassie was the one that reached out to him. And everyone's like, oh, well, she's the one who, if she's the one who called him, then, she was a part of this situation. It was all consensual. It was all a thing between these two people, right? Well, she's saying, just to clarify, she did not independently go on those places and pick out these guys. Most likely, it was a mutual decision between her and him and Diddy, or Diddy was picking out these guys and going, yeah, I want him. Hire this guy. Call him up. Make it so. Because you got to remember, he's Diddy. Can you imagine him, Diddy, using some sort of phone number or, you know what I mean, that's connected to him, soliciting S workers? He's probably using her to make those phone calls to make those things happen, so it's not directly connected to him. You see what I'm saying? So, again, crazy. Crazy. Okay? Diddy done indeed, at least on this part, and this is a few days, by the way. Allegedly, they're saying this is going to be a 4-day excursion. Okay? Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate it. Okay? Valerie. But also, Ashley, yes, I think KK did it, too. So it wasn't just Cassie that was setting it up. There's allegations of KK, Christina Coram, being involved in setting things up, orchestrating, and making sure that these freak-offs went off without a hitch. So there is a possibility that Christina Coram had some sort of some part in this orchestration of getting these freak-offs going. So it may not have only been Cassie making these phone calls. It could also be Christina Coram. You also got to remember, too, there's a lot of freak-offs that she wasn't a part of that Diddy had. So you got to remember, just because he's tired or she's tired and say she's worn out and it's been a few days and he just wants to do another freak-off, and it's been a few days, but they've done 4-day excursion and she's like, I'm tired, I'm sore in places I've never thought I'd ever be sore before, right? He might be like, all right, then go put some ice on it, and I'm gonna be over here. And he might be over here just doing other freak-offs. So you got somebody who's helping him orchestrate these freak-offs aside from Cassie. That could be Christina Coram or any other person that was a part of his team. Help orchestrate these parties. So again, this is what I think they're starting to slowly get towards. Moving on. Did you ever not use an S worker who arrived? One could perform. One could not perform, right? So Diddy sent him on, like just sent him home. What was a safe S worker? Not a cop. What was a safe S worker? Not a cop, and someone who'd run and tell everyone about their experience with us. What was a safe, Okay, why not a cop? Continuing on. I learned this whole situation was not legal. Defense says objection. Judge says jury would disregard the last answer. It's kind of hard to disregard that answer, but okay. How did Cash get there? Security, or he brought it himself? Man, that's crazy. Let's see what they got as far as updates here. Oh, we already talked about that part. Here's one. Cassie says she was directed to find S workers online. So Cassie said she used several websites to find S workers across the country, and always under his direction, Diddy's direction. Craigslist, the now defunct Backpage, and the escort service Cowboys for Angels, which I still am like, why call it Cowboys for Angels? But all right, were among the sites Ventura testified that she used. But any final hire had to be okayed by Diddy. I showed the photos to Diddy to see if he was interested. If he wasn't interested, I would tell them no and ask for someone else. She said Sean had to approve. Let's see what they're saying here. After the break, she's back on the witness stand. She is testifying that she was directed by Diddy to hire these particular S workers, first by finding them through classifieds like Craigslist or Backpage. Later on, she found a service called Cowboys for Angels, which has a website that offers male S workers. The defense has noted that this service was far from underground. It was featured in a Showtime reality series called Just a Gigolo. Ventura testifies that she would tell the S workers that it was her husband's fantasy to watch her having relations with another man. Ventura says S workers were paid in cash, typically $1,500 to $6,000. Sometimes Diddy brought the cash, she says. Sometimes a member of his security team would bring it. She testifies that she was not aware that the whole situation was not legal, prompting the judge to instruct the jury to disregard that comment. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, blah blah blah. Contacting with contact dancing or stripping services, then show Diddy images of potential male S workers for his approval. The Diddy allegations are shocking. Were they also business as usual? Yeah, Tiana. Remember this, Tiana? I feel like we just talked about her like it feels like 2 days ago, but it was really like months ago. Remember this? Soft white underbelly or something like that. I think that's the YouTube channel. I feel like all of this stuff is slowly starting to come back, right? Um, yeah, I mean, for days on, somebody just said 6K for being involved in this kind of freak offs is kind of low. See, it's from $1,500 to $6,000, and again, this is going on for days. So $6,000 for like a 3 to 4 day excursion is yeah, that's low, guys. That is very low. That is very low. I'll keep it a bean. That is very low. Let's see if we got more. So far, nothing. Let's see. Is there anything here? Still waiting. Still waiting, guys. Hold on. Well, damn. I was waiting for something, but so far nada. So they say male S workers, freak-offs, at freak-offs were typically paid, $1,500 to $5,000 or $6,000 at the end of the session. This is what she said. She said Combs, Diddy, usually handed her the cash, which she gave to the S workers. Oh, look at that sketch. Wow. Yeah, she is very pregnant. Very pregnant. Yeah, it's like suddenly it just stopped, guys. Still waiting. Still waiting. You know what also I find crazy is that he also was a fan of them not wearing protection. Like, you know, we're going to hear from another witness, a Jane Doe here very soon. And she was sitting there saying, like, I was asking for him to make sure that these S workers were actually wearing protection, and they would not, or he would not want that. You know, that's crazy, right? That's putting some people in some serious trouble, potentially into some serious trouble. Let's see. We got this now. So Ventura, so judge, security or he brought it himself. So then, okay. So then prosecution says the S worker, Dave, do you know his real name? He says Clayton Howard. Who is this? And there was a photo being shown to her. So she says, Daniel. I'm assuming this is Daniel Phillips, the guy that we already know, right? That he just testified, if I'm correct. So she says, what service did you use? Okay, this is that same guy, Daniel Phillips. So a dancer service. So that's very important. That's very important stuff right there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very important stuff right there. Whew. This is crazy stuff, y'all. Jana, I don't know if she can write that book. Because apparently she had a manuscript ready to go. And then, you know, she was like, I'm going to write, this book is going to come out, or you pay me $30 million. And so they had a settlement. So my assumption is she can't write that book. I'm assuming that was part of the settlement agreement. But we'll see, you know, after all of this, after this kind of testimony, shoot, she might as well. She might as well write a book, baby. Because everybody and their mama are going to read it. Trust. Just like how everybody was grabbing at Kim Porter's alleged book, her little diary. Trust. More and more people are going to be losing their minds over that. For sure. They want us, and then watch it be a movie of the week, or a movie you see on Tubi or something like that. Wait, it's coming. It's coming. So, prosecution, okay, says, do you recognize Jules? So then she says, yes. In what cities did you have freak-offs with Jules? New York, LA, Las Vegas. Do you know his last name? Cassie says no. She says, then prosecution, I'm sure, points out somebody else in the photo and says, who's this? Cassie says, I knew him as the Punisher. Jeez. What does that mean? Who's the Punisher? Now I want to know what the hell's going on with the Punisher. Diggity damn. Just checking to see if there's any updates over here. So far, nothing. So far, nothing. Who the hell is the Punisher? We ain't talking about Big Pun. And the Marvel character, the Punisher. Come on, guys. Yeah, that's quite a name for a male S worker. You know what I mean? Like, hey, his name is the Punisher. I only knew him as the Punisher, and that's what he makes you wonder. Is like, is he like a BDSM type of person? Like, what is this story all about? Right? Who this? Also, I want you to know, I'm wondering if there's going to be any other names that are going to be mentioned as far as being a part or in these freak offs. Because again, we have had rumors galore, people saying stuff about Justin Bieber, Leonardo DiCaprio, Cuba Gooding Jr. I mean, and the likes of all these names. I'm wondering if there are going to be any big time names that are just going to drop out of nowhere, right? I am really, really curious about that. But it's, maybe it'll come in time. There's been names mentioned, but there haven't been them saying, hey, we were at this freak off and this is what happened. You know what I mean? We haven't heard any of that. So this is going to be very, like I said, very interesting when it all goes down. Albie will be, from my understanding, Albie Shore is testifying though. But what I'm talking about is a celebrity being involved in the freak off, right? Oh yeah, yeah, like Orlando Brown, like Orlando Brown was in there. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm curious about. If any of these people are actually going to be mentioned in here. I it'll be very interesting if J-Lo is to actually testify. I'm sure a lot of people are waiting for that too, to see if that actually is going to happen. That might be somebody who comes out and speaks on behalf of Diddy, which is possible. That's very, very possible. She might come out and speak on behalf of Diddy. But we'll see. There's been a lot of rumors surrounding her as well. So we'll see what happens. Sheesh. This is the part I hate more than anything in the world. Yeah, see, Tay, you might be right. Like I said, I just don't see her writing a book anytime soon, solely because they settled. If they were to settle, I'm sure Diddy would not be dumb to sit there and go, oh yeah, let me give her $30 million and then another opportunity to make more money on top of the $30 million I just gave her by writing a scathing tell-all book. He's going to be like, nah, you can't tell anybody, nobody. You can't tell anybody nothing, right? You can't tell nobody nothing. Keep your mouth shut, burn that book, and that's it. But I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. We will definitely see. Come on, inner city. There we go. I think. Nope. That was a lie. That was a lie. Actually, I think I'm going to get some water. So I'm going to play this for a second here, guys. Give me 2 seconds. Let me get some water because I'm totally out of water and my mouth is dry. I'll be right back.
So it's a public relations disaster. It's jail for a long period of time, and it's a concession by him. I mean, would he take a deal? I bet if you offered him a year in jail, he would take a deal, but I don't know if you're saying 20.
Yeah, it does become a question when you're looking at potentially life in prison and on the sex trafficking charge, minimum 15 years in prison. I've got a question from Negi. Is it possible with his power, celeb status, that those testifying change their mind based on being scared of him? It's an interesting question considering we have this problem with alleged victim number 3 and her testifying, not testifying, can be found, not be found. What do you think?
I think it is. I think it is a concern, certainly, that the government would have. I think that's something they had to think about with every single witness they wanted to bring in as a potential victim. And I think it is a motivation to get those victims on the stand as soon as possible.
We answered this already. This was a question from Jesse K. Do you think there's a chance that Diddy will plead guilty at some time during the trial once he realizes he might be going down to get a lesser sentence? We talked about that. Cassandra Ventura is going to continue her direct examination. It's 1:13 p.m. Not exactly sure if that's going to continue for the rest of the day, and then they get to cross maybe tomorrow. Cross-examination of an alleged victim, star witness in this case. Case rises and falls based on her testimony, I personally think. How do you cross-examine her? She's, 8.5 months pregnant? By the way, we're going to be releasing courtroom sketches. We're kind of got a quick glimpse of them. She looks quite pregnant, okay? My question is, how do you cross-examine her if you're the defense in a way that doesn't turn the jury against you?
So,
that's a very good question. But at the same time, I think that they are going to, I just don't think that they're going to sit there and go, how dare you ask her those questions? She's preggers. I just don't see it, guys. Because let's be real. Prosecution's already asking her some very hard questions. They're already asking her about being, number one dawn and all that stuff. This is stuff they're already talking about that is bad, y'all. And that's prosecution. So again, I'm sure if they're asking those questions on one side, the other side is going to be asking the same doggone questions. They might push a little bit, but at the same time, I mean, come on. I just think that it's going to be one of those things where they're going to be like, all right, we're going to try to be as respectful as we bloody can and just let it be what it is. I just don't think that they are going to sit there and walk around eggshells for her. I just don't see it. I really don't. Okay. But we do have a new update. Whoops. But we do have an update here. So let me show you. Did you use substances at every freak off? Cassie says, yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless. Prosecution says, who else used substances at the freak offs? She says, Diddy did. Sometimes the S worker. Prosecution, what other substances did you use? She says, these. I'll just highlight that. Okay. Various amounts of substances for sure. Okay. Now, again, they used all kinds of different stuff. Here's the other thing too. It's like, I can't even imagine what her husband is feeling right now in the room as well. And then of course, Diddy's mom, Diddy's kids, that's one thing I'm kind of curious about. Have they left the building? Especially his daughters. Let's not forget. Ooh. Let's not forget his daughters. His daughters, most importantly. Think about that. All of his daughters are in the room listening to this stuff. And his sons that look up to him and think that he could do no wrong. Let's be real. You know, wouldn't you be really freaked out or a little irked if you found out what your parents like are like behind closed doors, like in their bedroom? That's some weird stuff, y'all. It's like, oh, damn, that's how I came into this world? Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? There's just some things you just don't want to know, right? And it's just like that. You got kids in the room, kids in the courtroom listening to this testimony, y'all. Kids in the room, his own flesh and blood in the room, listening to this mess. Okay? Insane. And I guarantee you, I'm sure that this is not the first time that his kids have possibly seen him on or done something with him that has to do with some sort of substance. But you also got to remember too, if this was weekly, almost weekly for years, guys. Let me repeat that again. Weekly for years. How did he even function as a human being? How is he able to get anything done if he is going days upon days upon days of just binging on everything he can get his hands on for weeks? And she said this happened for years, guys. This wasn't just for a little while. This wasn't just for a month or two. This was for years, guys. So again, I keep wondering, I keep asking, I keep pressing. How can one do this for that long? You can't. And Mel Esther said, oh, he was used to it. Can't function without it. But it's like, wow, how does, like, you got to understand he's doing big deals, right? He's doing big money moves. He's promoting this. He's promoting that. He's doing all kinds of different things. He's making sure other artists that are actually making music, that are making money for him, he's got to make sure those artists are doing what they need to do, right? Yeah, Carisha. I mean, there's just, like I said, there's so many things, like I said, that is just, like this was nothing to him. Nonstop, no sleep. How does one function like that and then do what he does? That, I don't know about you guys, but I love my sleep. I appreciate and I respect the hours that I get at night. How can one do that for just days on end? And I understand yayo is a powerful substance. Let me tell you, it's a hell of a drug. You know what I mean? But man, this is crazy. Crazy, crazy. Let's see if there's an update. Still nothing. Let's see if there's any updates here. Yes, there is. Let's go. Okay, so Cassie, oh wait, let's do this one. So she's running through a list of many S workers who says participated in these freak-offs, sometimes traveling to get there. The men used names like Dave, Jules, and the Punisher. She lists the substances that they took, which is a bunch of different things. You can look at all this, okay? Whatever the substance of choice was at that point, she says she took those substances for dissociating, okay? And to have a better kind of buffer from what she was actually experiencing. Go. Do that again. See if there's any updates. None so far. Sheesh. NBC a little bit slow on this. NBC a little slow on this. Let's see. So being asked about individual S workers, which names she knew them by, how they were hired, where they were hired and where they traveled to. Okay. So again, one person whose real name she didn't know, she called the Punisher. Images of the escorts are simultaneously being shown. That's interesting too. To the jury, all the photos so far show Black or Latino men. Interesting. Diddy had a certain type of type when it came to this stuff. You know, at the end of the day, he was a cuck. I said it. Real talk. If you don't know what that is, go look it up. But I said it. He definitely was that. He liked seeing other people with his woman, with his partner. He liked that. Yeah, the Punisher was... That's a wild name to call somebody. Yeah, I called him the Punisher. Like, what did he do to you? Oh, sweetheart. What did he do to you? That's what I want to know. Damn. So, all kinds of different substances. So as they says, I'll read Diddy's parts of this email if you read you. So when should I take the thing? When will you be there? So prosecution says, pausing you there. What did you mean? She's talking about substances. So then she reads as Sean again, or Diddy. I took mine. I'm flying. So so prosecution says, what does he mean? Cassie says, yeah, he high. Come on now. We know what, you know what I mean? Shoot. I took mine. I'm flying. Okay. So he feeling good. He ready to get into this freak off. That's basically what it is. So he's basically saying, like, you take yours now. Take yours right now. Okay. Let's see here. Hold on. Okay. So Cassie used substances during this, she needed a mental distance as she engaged in a host of unwanted activities with strangers. It was dissociative and numbing, she said. She couldn't imagine doing any of that without having some sort of buffer. So she told the jury that Diddy and his staff provided her with substances of all sorts of these for all of these emotionalist ordeals. And then they list the substances, whatever was the substance of choice at that point. So of course they might be on a smoking them trees kick for a minute. And then, next month it might be them doing yayo. And then the next day, next couple months, they're doing nothing but, little stems and some caps. You know what I mean? So it all depends on the vibe for the day or the vibe for that week, month, whatever they were getting into, right? So again, that's really wild. That's really, really wild. Yeah, I'm also wondering, thank you, Michelle, for bringing up Gene Deal. I am kind of curious if Gene Deal is going to be coming through. You feel me? I'm wondering if Gene Deal is going to be, coming through in any of this anytime soon, because I'm just curious about that. I'm wondering if he's going to testify, but I have yet to hear anything about Gene Deal saying anything of that sort. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in the near future. Actually, I'm going to check something here. Don't worry, we're still on this, of course. So, of course, He's flying. Okay. He's, he would instruct her to take something even when he wasn't even there yet. It's like, go ahead and take that right now. I already took it. I'm feeling good. I'll be there soon, kind of thing, right? As they prepare for any of the freak off events. Now, let me take a look at this. One second. I just want to say, all right, I just want to see something here real quick because I was trying to see if there's any new update, or like if there was any articles being brought up. What was like the main takeaway so far on this case? And so far, nothing really. I'm just checking another news site. Yeah. This is crazy. We got to take a look at this too. Just real quick. Ugh. The yayo train to Ukraine. But anyway, so they shocked the courtroom by naming insiders who helped arrange the F-offs. Okay, so there's some updates here. She, of course, is taking the stand. She describes being psychologically and physically aided by the star since she was as young as 22. In fact, as young as 19. Let's be real. Okay? Let's be real. But moving on. Let's see. She told the jury, blah, blah, blah. Assistants and employees would help to impose his will. She named several staff members. She claimed who arranged the freak offs and punish her by taking things away if she displeased him. So let's see the names. She names the entourage that Diddy would use to control her. So during her testimony, all right. So she mentioned several of his employees and allies, including his trusted assistants like Christina Coram, KK, and Neil Dominic. All right. Coram was previously named by others as a fixer. People are starting to call her, well, they just said it down here too, on the bottom, highlighted, GM, Ghislaine. Okay, so not good at all. Okay, so they're calling her the GM to his J. Epi, which is not good. Everything's from scheduling to what kind of mood he was in. This is what Cassie said when asked what she discussed with Coram. I talked to Coram about a lot. She knew a lot of my personal things. Cassie also claimed Diddy's security guard, R. Rock, used to take away her things as punishment on the mogul's direction. She also said the guard would come find her when she tried to hide from Diddy. I'd get my car taken away, get kicked out of an apartment. I'd have jewelry taken away. It was very random depending on how Diddy felt. She also mentioned other security guards for Diddy, including Roger Bonds, Uncle Paulie, Fahim, and Malik. So far, no Gene Deal, which is interesting, but okay. Well, just mentioning his name, I'm wondering if his name is going to be mentioned at all. Not somebody who's taking things away from her, but somebody who's been there as a lending hand and helping her out and all that. Christina Coram was once referred to as GM. Of course, I can't really say these two people's names much, okay? And to Diddy's J. Epi. She has not been accused of any wrongdoing or charged with any crimes. However, several high-ranking supervisors are mentioned but not named in a criminal indictment against the rapper. So she's sitting there naming names, as she should. Get it all out. Get it all out where you can. So He said, I took mine. I'm flying. What does that mean? Man, that means that mother lover high. Moving on. Prosecution says, why did you take more substances? To not be present with the experience. Prosecution says, why? Because it was something I hated. How did you react to the substances you took? It could make me vomit. What would he say? To continue. So she would go vomit, come back, and he'd be like, all right, get it back in there, champ. As you were, champ. Ain't that crazy? Get back in there and play, girl. Did you want to continue to have relations when you wanted to, purge, vomit? Cassie says no. Prosecution says, how does this particular substance make you feel? Drunk, tipsy. They ask about yayo. Cassie says, makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan. The shrooms. She says, the walls come alive. Man, that's crazy. This woman went through things, y'all. This woman went through thizangs. I'm just being real. It's bad. Bad, y'all. Cassie said she questioned the legality of soliciting these S workers online. So she questioned the legality, okay, when Combs would ask to see the S worker to check if they were a cop. So that explains what they were talking about earlier, because I was like, I don't understand that weird exchange of dialogue. So he would ask to see if they were cops. All right. This prompted an objection from the defense attorneys. Judge told the jury to disregard what her comment was about the legality. So Cassie said she would contact these S workers online at Diddy's request and tell them that it was his fantasy to watch her having relations with another man. This is what she said in court. And of course, we already know how much these guys were getting paid, which in my personal opinion seems a bit low for days on end activity, right? Days on end activity. A lot of days on end activity, nonstop, constantly. Okay. And then they are taking another mother loving break. Oh my God. Oh, another break. And here's the other thing too. Remember, they have right now, technically less than an hour. They have less than an hour, and then they have to adjourn for the day. It'll be the end of court day in less than an hour. So, man, let's see. I'm going to ask a quick poll question. Let me do this quick poll. This is going to be a quick poll. I'm going to do this. So I'm saying, do you believe Cassie's testimony? And I said, yes, she's a victim. And no, she knew what she was doing. There it is. Yeah, but I remember Betty Boop. Thank you so much for putting that out. But I could have sworn he said something about him seeing like a fight between Cassie and Diddy at one point, and then it was like a little bit after that, if I'm correct. He left, like he quit the gig, he quit the job because he couldn't just. You see what I'm saying? He just couldn't do. He couldn't deal with it. You know what I mean? He couldn't deal with working for Diddy anymore. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. Man, I would love to have Gene Deal on the show. Real talk. It'd be great to have him on the show. He's somebody I've been wanting to have a conversation with for even way before this Diddy trial. You know what I mean? It'd be great to have him on. Just to hear his 2 cents about everything. Because this is a crazy one, y'all. This is definitely a crazy, crazy trial. No doubt. No doubt this is a crazy trial. Yeah, man. Let's see. Let's see if there's any updates over here. Yep, to taking a quick break at Cassie's request. She stood up from her chair and stretched with her hands on the small of her back, remaining standing as the jury shuffled out of the courtroom. Testimony will resume in a few minutes. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely pregnant, okay? She's definitely pregnant. So, and so much for them not seeing her pregnant belly. You see what I'm saying? So much for them not being able to see her pregnant. So, because she's standing up and like stretching, and you know what I mean? She's pregnant as hell. Defense is funny. Wait, we don't want her there. She's got to be there. She's got to be sitting down in the chair. No one needs to see her pregnant. No one needs to see that because people have a heart. People suddenly side with her because she's pregnant. Seen plenty of pregnant liars in my day too. Okay. We've seen it. We've all seen it. All right. So yeah, they're saying that she would often get sick after taking these substances. If she got sick in the middle of the freak off, he would push her to continue having these relations. Like she would just go, it's like a boot and rally, right? She'd puke and then go right back into the game. That's crazy. I don't know how. I don't know how anybody can do that. Let's see. We got another one, it looks like. Yep. During the freak offs, to separate herself from the experience, she would get sick. And, if we were in the freak off, he would be encouraging me to get up and continue on with it in that condition. So it doesn't matter if she was not feeling well or if she was, he was like, no, we're not done. Keep going. Don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, that interview with Terrence Howard is wild. Not weird, just wild. Just wild. But then at the same time, I'm like, nothing's wild at this point. Nothing's wild at this point. With what we're hearing, what we've heard so far, what we've experienced, what we've talked about so far, leading up to this trial, hearing anything, not a surprise. Real talk. Not a surprise. Hold on, sorry guys, just checking some things. Unbelievable. Let's see here. I'm checking some other things here while we're on this break. Because everybody and their mama watching this. Crazy stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean it's some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Hold on, let's see this.
And we have breaking news. Cassie Ventura is now on the stand in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. Among other things, the singer is expected to address the 2016 video of Combs attacking her in a hotel when she was his girlfriend. Combs has pleaded not guilty. His attorneys argue the video is evidence of jealousy, not sex trafficking. And now for the first time, jurors are hearing what Cassie has to say about that and other aspects of their 10-year relationship. Let's bring in ABC's Rena Roy at the courthouse and Eva Pilgrim, anchor of ABC News Live's new daily show, Burden of Proof, the case against Diddy, for more. Rena, what's the latest from court?
Isn't that crazy that there's a whole show, like people are creating whole shows surrounding this Diddy case and this Diddy trial? Like they're like in a brand new show. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy, y'all.
Well, Diane, prosecutors have wasted no time getting right into the alleged abuse that Cassie Ventura says she endured for years. Ventura telling jurors, quote, he would bash my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head when I was down. She also got into the nature of those so-called freak-offs, saying that they involved hiring an escort and they performed under the direction of Combs, saying that they happened so frequently, it eventually became a job for her to set them up. Ventura said she did not feel she had much of a choice but to participate, that she feared that Combs would retaliate or potentially blackmail her if she did not. And
I mean, this is crazy. The other thing, though, too, is they haven't pushed this question, and I'm wondering because they never talked about the origin of why he put his paws on her. They never said any of that. They never said, oh, is it because you weren't willing to do the freak offs? And that's why he put his paws on you? I'm not justifying why he put his paws on you. You keep your doggone hands to yourself, and he's wrong for what he did. But did they ever say why what was the origin? What was the real reason why he put his hands on her? Just because she said that just because she didn't agree with him on certain things, like she would say, oh, he would tell me to fix my face or watch my tone. Those are certain things, but I'm talking about the other things in the actual fights themselves, right? Why would they go into fights? Is it specifically because she would say to his face, I don't want to do this freak off? Or is it just because or was it just because of other things? Like she was mad at him for having other girlfriends? Or is it because he was putting his paws on her solely because she had other boyfriends? You see what I'm saying? So that is something I'm kind of curious about.
She's had at times to take, she's taken deep breaths, pausing her testimony. Combs appearing to be listening pretty passively with his hands in his lap at the defense table there. Now, remember, this is the first time that they are seeing each other face to face since 2018. You can imagine that emotions are very high in the courtroom right now. And this is expected to be a very lengthy testimony. Prosecutors bracing the courtroom for what's to come as she continues to testify, including videos of these alleged freak-offs. Diane?
Yeah, the videos of the alleged freak-offs. It's very interesting because if I'm correct, it looks like Cassie and possibly Diddy are trying for those freak off tapes not to be seen in trial. Like they're trying really, really hard. It's not only just Cassie's lawyer who's sitting here saying, like, can we not show those videos? It's now also Diddy who's actually allegedly trying to have those freak offs not be seen in trial. And for to be completely real, I think that it should be a thing where the jury gets to see it on their own, together on their own free time, or not on their own free time, but on a scheduled time away from the courtroom, so that the public, you got kids, you got family and all that in the room watching that stuff. I'm sure they don't want to see that. Right. And of course, if like I said, I know some people would be like, well, then you just have them leave and then just come back when those videos are done being seen. But nonetheless, that footage is crazy. That is going to be some crazy footage. So if that is entirely true, that's something. That's something else. And it will be embarrassing, not only just for Cassie, but also Diddy as well. But these freak off tapes do exist. He had a plethora of videotapes. Remember, he had a room at home where they had a whole bunch of like cameras and all different types of angles and stuff, different places and everything. This guy, he was becoming a connoisseur of his how he was depicting these things. You'd think that at some point he's going to get you'd think at some point in his mind he's going, someday somebody's going to find out about the crazy stuff that I do in this room. You know what I'm saying? So it is interesting. But yeah, allegedly they're trying to stop people from being able to see these freak off tapes, period.
And Eva, Cassie's expected to face a lot of questions. This is expected to be a long questioning from both the prosecution and the defense. What are you watching for both sides, given how critical her testimony is for this case?
Well, I think we're going to learn a lot about the nature of Cassie's relationship with Diddy. Some of those details we've seen in prior lawsuits, but to hear her on the stand actually giving those details, reliving those moments herself. Also, you have to remember, she's very pregnant right now. So I'm going to be curious to see how long she makes it on the stand, how she's emotionally able to weather all of these questions. And what's going to be interesting to watch is, the defense from the very start in their opening statement said that she chose to be there. So I'm going to be curious to see how she responds to questions about, was this her choice or did she feel like she had to do all of these things?
And I know they promised to take breaks in order to accommodate her throughout the course of this questioning. And I want to bring in our legal analyst, former trial attorney Terry Austin, for more, because
again, like I said, yeah, I get it that she's pregnant, but I understand that this is a massive part of for the prosecution, and this is going to be a massive part for the defense as well, because honestly, this is their star witness. This is their star victim. So this is going to be very interesting to see what they do from this point on, especially over the next couple of days, because it's not even prosecution is not done with their questioning. They still have a whole other day, and then it'll be a whole day of questioning for Cassie with prosecution tomorrow, and then Thursday, because today's Tuesday, right? Yeah. Then Thursday there'll be more questioning, right? But it will be done by defense, and they'll probably take 2 days. And then they can recross. They can cross and recross if they want to, right? So it's going to be a long one for Cassie, especially her being pregnant and everything. Just hopefully she doesn't pop. Hopefully the baby, hopefully she doesn't, water doesn't break right in the middle of her testimony, That would be really bad. That'd be very unfortunate. You know what I mean? So, but this kind of stress is not good on a pregnant woman, for real. But I think she's going to be fine. I personally think she's going to be just fine.
Terry, what Cassie's describing here, right? How this whole thing started. She wanted to make her boyfriend happy, then talking about his violence against her. She says at some point blackmail materials came into play. How damning is this for the defense, and how do you expect them to counter this?
I think what the defense is going to say is that this wasn't blackmail. This was not coercion. This was consensual. We know that Cassie started out with Sean Combs as an early person, with someone who is trying to get her career started, and he was going to help her. That's what the defense is going to say, that she was starting out and wanted someone to support her. They did their first record deal together. That's something I think the defense is going to focus on. And had it not been for Sean Combs, she wouldn't be where she is right now. The prosecution obviously is saying he was in control. It may have started out as a consensual. It may have started out with her being excited about seeing him, but ultimately he took control of that relationship. He took control of her career. This is their key witness, and she's on that stand trying to explain all of the charges that the prosecution wants to hit home with that jury.
And Eva, your new ABC News Live daily show, The Burden of Proof, the case against Diddy, airs nightly at 5:30 Eastern. What can we expect tonight?
I think it's the color in the courtroom. There's no cameras, there's no audio, so we can't see and hear for ourselves if you're not sitting in the courtroom. But we here at ABC have eyes and ears inside that courtroom. So it's the testimony, how the person delivered those statements, the reaction in the courtroom. Cassie's husband is going to be in that courtroom listening to her talk about all those things today. How does he respond to it? How does Diddy respond to it?
And it's the first time Diddy and Cassie have seen each other in several years.
Like 18 years, I believe, is the last time they saw each other, right? So that's going to be really interesting to watch.
Since 2018.
Since 2018, sorry, yes, excuse me. 2018 was the last time they saw.
I was about to say 18 years? What? Come on now. Okay. I mean, it's been years, but it hasn't been 18. Come on now.
Saw each other. So, all of those things, what is it? Is there tension? The jury, what's the jury's response? They're going to be playing video in court today. Watch the jurors, see how they watch that video. Could they watch the video? We'll be able to have some of that color so people can hear.
I mean, the video that they are playing, that they have played so far, has only been the attack video that we've all seen. We have not seen. Man, this is a long ass break. Golly. 1 second, guys. I'm just checking because this is a long break. It's literally okay. We are back. All right, we are back, everybody. Hey. So continuing on, because again, they got literally like less than 40 minutes to get back into this conversation. You know what I mean? And get some things going. So Cassie is back, jury is back. Judge says you may continue. Prosecution says, when the substances ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? Diddy would tell you. That's what she said. Diddy would tell me. Sorry. During the session. How would you know to move to the next step? Cassie says, Sean. Now, I'm wondering what they mean by how would you know to move to the next step? Like, what next step? What does that entail in its entirety? Because I'm kind of curious about that, right? What does that mean exactly? And maybe we'll get that answer here soon too. Let's see here. Okay, Cassie's been testifying for the most of the day in an extensive detail about the actual encounters at the center of prosecution's case. Some substance-fueled marathons with, of course, with male S workers that were known as FOs. She has recounted how Diddy directed her to perform, actually how his associates would set up hotel rooms for the events, and how she would use these substances to distance herself from the experiences that she did not want to be a part of. It's been a day of grueling graphic testimony from Cassie about her experience with the FOs and her troubled relationship with Diddy. And it is not over. Once again, the government is asking her about how they acquired substances for the encounters. I mean, like I said, tomorrow's going to be a whole day of prosecution asking questions, I'm sure. And maybe they'll rest like a few hours before they adjourn for the day. But then it'll be defense coming in with all their questions and maybe attacks. We don't know how they're going to treat Cassie. They might treat her with absolute respect. I hope that they do, but they might be a whole bunch of buttholes. You never know. Yes, court is over in literally 35 minutes from now. So we'll see how this goes. So prosecution says, what would happen after after a S worker would, finish? Let's just say that. Finish. Okay. So Cassie says Diddy would want to put it on his body in the next room. What? Wait, what? So he would Oh no! Stop it! Stop it! Wait. So when an S worker would goo, okay, finish. Sean would want to put it on his body in the next room. The juice. Not juice. Okay. Yeah. Somebody said pudding. Stop. Stop it. Okay. Then, so prosecution says, did you do that? Or did you do that? Cassie says, I did. Prosecution says, where? Cassie says, usually on his nipples. Did he want to do that? Cassie says, no. Oh my God. So why on his nipples though? Why on his nipples though? Why on his nipples though? So as soon as the guy goes, goo, she takes that, goes into another room with the diddler, and rubs it onto his nipples. And he's like, yeah. Stop. Why did we have to? I don't want to go there. Why did we have to go there? Why did we have to go there? Nipples. What? Nipples. Why? Nipples. Okay. Nasty. Okay. Now everybody's responding to that. That cannot be. Is that true? Why did they add that? Why did they add that? Why did they add that? Sorry, I'm like, but why? Why? Why would they add that? Why would they? Why? Oh my God. Ah. Okay. 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 Nipples. Okay, I'm done. I gotta hit the button again. I'm sorry. How? Why? Why? That is disturbing. I mean, hey, whatever rocks your boat, you feel me? But why? Somebody said nipple grease. Stop it. Okay? Oh, good God. Okay? Oh, dear Lord. Dear Lord. Why is the D'Angelo song coming in my head now? The chicken grease song. Chicken grease. You know what I mean? Now I got nipple grease. Ew! Ah! Stop it. Dirty. Wrong. Okay? Like I said, if that's how you float your boat, okay, cool. But that's something interesting. I don't understand why that happened. It's right there. I'm waiting for. Please tell me they're gonna repeat this. Please tell me they're covering that, because somebody needs to explain that a little bit better. That's old. Wait a second. This is old. Please, somebody, because that feels like Inner City's trying to mess with us. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like, are you guys reading this? I'm just making sure. You guys reading this? I'm just making sure you really reading everything I'm typing here. Because that is crazy. Cassie is describing the typical escalation of a freak off according to his fantasies. He was controlling the whole situation. She testifies he was directing it. We already know about that. We want to know about this man goo on his nipples. This is crazy. This cannot be true. That's got to be a typo. You know for a fact everybody gonna be retweeting that right there. That post right there. Okay. I mean, if you really think about it, his freak offs it's not like his freak offs aren't freaky enough. You see what I'm saying? These freak offs are freak offs. They're freaky. So, of course, when it comes to something like this, are we really? I mean, I'm surprised because it's nasty. It's nasty. So I'm freaked. I'm of course thrown aback. But at the same time, should we be that surprised? It's a freak off. They doing all kinds of crazy stuff in there. So I wouldn't be surprised about that. Remember there was allegations of animals? You don't remember about the animals? People talking about animals being involved in this stuff. So again, should we really be that surprised about this with the nipples? Somebody had to say it. Somebody had to say it. Getting jizzy with it. No. I'm done. I'm just saying. It's weird. But at the same time, everything about this is weird. But like I said, there were allegations. Okay. A18 Barbie just said, what animals? Well, there were allegations about animals. Like they would be like, oh yeah, and then they get all these freak offs, and then you see these animals in there, and they using animals on these people, man. We have yet to hear anything about animals. But at the same time, they say that these freak offs allegedly were nuts. Okay. So that part isn't that crazy, I guess, in comparison to the things that could potentially be coming out of this trial during Cassie's testimony. Shoot, even during Jane Doe's testimony when she speaks out, because apparently she was a girlfriend, longtime girlfriend of Diddy. And then she was involved in a lot of freak offs. You never know. His appetites might have graduated, might have augmented, might have gotten crazy, right? Even more intense over the time, because he wasn't caught doing any of this stuff. He was never getting in trouble. He got done with Cassie. He moved on to other people and started doing more of these freak offs. So it would be possible that he got a little more freaky leaky. That's possible. I'm sorry. That's very possible. But now we got something about his, he has a thing about he has some things about his nipples now. Like I'm refreshing this like a mug because I'm like, please come on. Let's get beyond let's get beyond this. Okay. Cassie's continuing to give graphic, explicit testimony about what happened in the freak-offs, but her comments about how it all made her feel are the most powerful. I was an object being heavily objectified by men in that scenario, she says. That's terrible. In all seriousness, can you imagine being like you are literally the center of focus. You are the only one. Okay. You're the only focus. You're the only woman in that room. And you're basically just getting tossed around like a doll, like a rag doll, just getting tossed around like this. That's unbelievable and shocking. And still can't believe that any of this, I still can't believe any of this is real. And here's the other thing too. As much as we are sitting and focusing on this one right now, which understandably, because he's on trial and he's looking at being locked away for the rest of his days, there's another piece here you got to remember. There are probably other types of freak-offs going on right now as we speak, that we know nothing about, but it's happening right in front of us. Done by very powerful people, men or women. That's happening right now. And there's another Cassie or another Jane Doe or another Mia or another whoever that is being objectified, like she's mentioning here, being told what to do, being mentally and physically destroyed by these people, all for their sexual consumption. Imagine that. Like I said, this is like a Caligula thing. This is crazy. You don't think that there's other things like this happening in Hollywood right now as we speak? That there aren't other things happening like this happening in other genres of the world of power, the financial world, the political world, any of these worlds? I'm telling you right now, it's happening, guys. So this is crazy. Black Skate, thank you so much for the love. Mercy me, big black baby, baby gravy on the nom noms. Oh boy, it's all bad, y'all. It's all bad. It's all bad. Very, very bad. Lynn, thank you so much for being a member for almost a year. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, my Lord, you have entertained me all day while recovering from a procedure. Thank you for making the icky listenable. Hey, of course. Thank you so much for saying that. That really means a lot. And of course, I really do appreciate your support by being a member. That means the world to me. Okay. And I love what I do. You know, it's a stressful job, but I do love what I do. And I find joy in bringing you guys the information and the entertainment that you need, right? Let's get into this. Peachy Keen, thank you so much for the love. He turned her out. He learned to trade from Clive. I have a feeling too. Who sold fame at the same price. And his deceased dad turned out many young ones from 110th to 155th Street. Now, I don't know about his dad, but the allegations that are everyone's side-eyeing Clive. Everyone definitely is. As far as his dad goes, I don't know, because I feel like he learned this from somewhere. Was this established from him as a kid, from his parents? I don't know, right? Is this something that happened through Clive or through other men or women of power? Possibly. Okay. So again, let's wait for it. But again, I'm still asking the same damn questions too. He got it from somewhere. He got it from somewhere. Where that is, hopefully that comes out soon, right? Diddy's level of control is the undercurrent of much of the testimony about freak-offs. Cassie has talked about, choking after people were doing the number one in her mouth and raised her hands to beg for it to stop. Escorts were paid less if they, if they came to conclusions too quickly. At times, if they were premature, if you get what I'm saying, at times, other than directed. Okay, so substances were used as fuel. I mean, not even some carbs, not even some pasta, a little spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? Can't even carb up for this excursion. That's insane. The prosecution is trying to make a point that Diddy was in charge of everything that happened, including the humiliation. Let's see if we got some new updates, because the nipples is throwing me off. Okay, we got a couple. Thank you. How do you feel? She says, I was an object being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime. What? So he wouldn't even be there and he's just watching on other devices on like a phone? He's like, yeah, FaceTime me real quick. What? Prosecution, were some sessions recorded on your devices? She says, because they were there. I guess they're saying, why were some sessions recorded on your devices? Because they were there. If you saw them on your device, what would you do? I would delete them. Why? They were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them. Prosecution says, were Sean's devices used sometimes? She says, yes. I asked him to delete them. Prosecution says, did he delete them? She says, I don't know. I mean, like I said, this thing is throwing me off right here. Of course, being an object objectified by men, sometimes he would watch by FaceTime. Like, so she would be in a place while this bad thing's going on, and he would be FaceTiming, watching, I'm assuming, as he's on his way over or something like that. I would assume. But that's crazy that he would be there via FaceTime and direct her during those sessions as well. I need you to go over to this space and I need you to perform in this room with these guys at this particular time. And you FaceTime me when it happens. And I'll be right there and I'm going to tell you exactly what you need to do. And I'll be watching. That's crazy. That's crazy. Here's the other thing too. I am still curious. Does anybody know? Because I never found out the result of this. Because the defense was asking for the husband, for Cassie's husband to not be there, to escort him out because he may be asked to come in and testify as a witness. Did he get kicked out of the trial, of the courtroom, or not? I'm curious about that. But this is crazy. Sometimes they would use FaceTime. That's crazy. That is freaking nuts. And then they recorded a bunch of them. They would record on their phones solely because the phones were there. But then he would record on his phone. He would ask to get these things deleted, but she would ask for him to delete them, but she doesn't know if he's actually deleted them. I doubt he did. Why then, the blackmail allegation would not stand true. You see what I'm saying? So if he was to delete those videos, then there would be no grounds to blackmail, okay, Cassie. Because if she knew those were deleted, then it'd be like, oh, I'm gonna tell everybody that, you know, you got ran through by a whole bunch of S workers on camera. And it's like, man, you ain't got none of the videos, so shut the hell up. You see what I'm saying? So now that she's sitting there going, like, I don't know if he deleted them, he can sit there and say whatever the hell he wants. He could be like, yeah, I got the footage that can make you look like Boo Boo the Fool. I could expose you, destroy your career. Of course she's going to believe him because she doesn't know if he deleted those videos or not. And clearly he did not, because they have footage that's allegedly going to be seen during this trial. So again, it's going to be interesting, y'all. It's going to be interesting. Let's see. Anything more? Let's see what they say here. Okay, so he was often in the room or right beside her during these freak-offs. This is what she's testifying. If he wasn't in the room, he would sometimes watch over FaceTime, she says. Within the first year of the encounters, he began recording these freak-offs. Cassie says she often asked for them to be deleted, or she deleted them herself. I never wanted anyone to ever see me like that, she says. Oh, what? Let's take a look at this. Several civil SA lawsuits against Diddy mention the same substances Cassie has testified about using during these F-off parties. Some plaintiffs allege that they attended industry parties where guests were using or offered the Mary Jane. In one complaint, former model Crystal McKinney alleged Diddy had laced a joint he gave her with an intoxicating substance. Complaints initially filed by Tony Busby, who's involved in dozens of lawsuits against Diddy, alleged that the producer and his employees regularly laced these drinks for unexpecting victims with these types of chemicals. Okay. Then, of course, Rodney Jones, Lil Rod, alleged that he witnessed Diddy's staff distribute substances, including these types of things, okay, to Combs and his party guests. Cassie Ventura described for the jury the order in which Diddy expected things to happen during an F-off. The parties kicked off with a mandatory discussion of each other's birthday suits. That's interesting. It would be a mandatory discussion of their bodies in their birthday suits. This led to performing top, the use of baby oil, and more explicit events. Cassie said it was awkward and pretty humiliating to talk to Combs about an escort, an S worker's weed whacker, but he expected it. So she would sit there and talk about, I'm assuming size, length, whatever, big, small, whatever it may be. But he expected her to talk about it. So in the beginning, Cassie testified Combs' F-off parties were recorded on video cameras, then on cell phones and other personal electronic devices, both his and hers. Cassie recalled telling Combs she didn't want to be recorded. She felt insane about it at first, she testified. He replied that the recordings brought him enjoyment after the parties ended, she said. Cassie said she would watch the videos with Diddy, usually while they were having relations. Jeez Louise, y'all. So he's like, so in other words, he was using this stuff later on. You see what I'm saying? He was using this was his spank bank stuff. This is for his stuff. But you know for a fact, this is a guy like Diddy is not ever going to be alone, right? He's not really alone at his fame and his stature and all that. He's not really alone. So he's using the footage that he's recording and he's watching it later. So that's weird too. She said she also saw the videos as she was trying to delete them from their phone or from her phone. Man, that's cray. That is crazy, y'all. That is crazy. Okay. Let's see if there's more. Did you ever leave an F off before it was over? Cassie said yes. Ha! At the Century City Intercontinental, I finally had a premiere coming up and I didn't want to mess it up. But Sean put his paws on me. At what point did Sean put his paws on you? She says between sessions. So this must be the fight that we are seeing on video, right? This is the one that we're talking about. Remember, she ran out of that home or out of that hotel room. Okay? If this is the same Intercontinental Hotel that we're talking about, that fight, it was between sessions. So if that's true, if I'm correct, that's what I'm talking about. He wanted to do more. He wanted to do another session. She did not. She had a premiere coming up. She didn't want to mess it up. In other words, she didn't want to be stuck in the middle of a freak off and miss out on something that could help her career. So she's like, no, I don't want anything to do with this second session. We just had a session. No, I'm not doing that, right? So she starts to leave. Or actually, she says, I don't want to do it. He puts his paws on her. She's like, F this, I'm out. And she tries to run out. Hence the infamous video that we all saw. This has got to be that video, or this has got to be that incident. Okay? So there was a guy in that room, according to that security guard. He says that that he was in that room and saw a guy, a black man in dark clothing, sitting on a pull-out bed, chilling, just waiting. And Cassie had enough. So let's see what we got here. So Cassie details explicit events that she said would happen in this freak offs. Sometimes she and Diddy would said Diddy would join in, and she had relations with the S worker. And other times he would watch her from a corner. He would also set up phones on FaceTime so that he could watch from another room. Okay. So he'd set up the FaceTime and walk away and watch like a video chat as he's in the other room doing God knows whatever he's doing in the room. But he was able to be in the other room and watch from another room. You never know. He might be watching from another room while he is working on business deals. He just has it on his phone, just right off on the side as he's on these phone calls. That could be possible too. He's just on phone calls and he's just watching this whole thing go down as he's making big deals for Ciroc or whatever the hell the product he's trying to promote. Maybe there's a movie deal he's trying to make happen. He's just got this whole thing rocking in the corner, watching his girlfriend getting manhandled. That's so weird. It was his fantasy to direct it, what to say, how to act. I did that to speed the process along so I could get it done. I wanted to be over and got to the other room where we could spend time alone. Cassie said Diddy began recording some of the freak-offs in the first year. I didn't want to do it, she said. I would watch them with Sean afterwards while we were having some time together. If I saw them on my devices, I would delete them. I felt disgusted. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Hold on, guys. So they said, did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? That's what they said. And we still don't have anything yet. Still nothing as of yet. Hold on, guys. Man. 1 second, y'all. I guess I got too many things open here. Hold on. I'm still here, guys. Sorry. Whole thing just started tripping. Sorry. There we go. All right. We're back to normal. Yeah, so I am kind of curious as to if there's going to be any more. I mean, they are going to be wrapping up in like 3 minutes. So hopefully there's going to be a new update here shortly. Let's see. Okay. So she is now talking about what is happening in her life at the time of the attack at the hotel hallway, the infamous video that we've all seen a couple days before she was scheduled to have her first big movie premiere, she says. So Diddy had sent a text message that she interrupted interpreted. I'm sorry. That she interpreted as him wanting a freak off. Let me say that again. So he apparently sent a text message that she interpreted as him wanting a freak off. As damage control, she says she told him she would do it. If I pleased him with a freak off, then my premiere would run smoothly. So she's like, okay, I'm just going to go and do it. I'm going to do what you asked me to do. But then after that, I'm done. I'm going to this premiere because I don't want to have any issues. Okay, this is very important. It's my premiere. It's a big movie premiere. I really want to get there, right? So, an S worker named Jules was there. She said. So the attack by Combs during the freak off gave her the marking on her eye. At this point, all I could think All I could think about was getting out of there safely, she says. I had my premiere and I didn't want to mess it up. Interesting. Cassie is currently watching the surveillance footage of her at the hotel elevator bank in the famous one, okay? Her trying to leave the building when he appears in a towel and he attacks her. Of course, Combs throws her on the ground. Cassie says she covered her face and stayed on the ground because she didn't want him to do any more damage than he had already done. Cassie is asked how many times in her relationship with Diddy had he attacked her in this kind of fashion, as seen in the video. And she says too many to count. Unbelievable, y'all. All bad news. All bad news bears. Come on. So they say, what happened next after she was like, I'm trying to get out of here. And it was between sessions because apparently he wanted to do it again. And she was like, I'm done. I don't want to do anymore. I got to go to this premiere. I don't want to be stuck here for 7 hours, 3 days and miss out on my whole premiere. I'm going to this doggone premiere, right? So what happened next? I got to the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground. Who threw you to the ground? Diddy. He grabbed me by the neck and the hoodie. Let me show the video, and then they start playing the actual video. Sheesh. Yeah, they're playing the video again, which understandably they're playing the video again because she is there and she is the person that's in the video. So I get her being thrown out, I get her getting them bringing that up and bringing that conversation into this for sure. Okay. Oops, let me get this over here. Okay. So that's very interesting as well. Also, let me get this super chat here really quick. Jay Rip, what's up? Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Sean was an altar boy at a private school called St. Michael's Academy. The school's priest and a Morris brother were indicted on charges in 1988 for attacking little boys. Then that could be it too. That could be the origin of it all. That could be where it is. Jay Rip, thank you so much for that information. Yeah, something must have happened when he was a kid. Absolutely. This is not something you just learn, right? Out of nowhere. You learn it from somewhere. Either you learn it as an adult from somebody or you or something happened when he was a kid. That's the only other explanation I have out of this whole thing. So moving on, what are you doing? Trying to use the hotel phone. What is Sean doing? Taking my phone and my bag. So then they say we'll break for the day. So they're done now. That's where they stopped. Splat out. And it stops with taking my phone and my bag. What will happen next? Will Cassie totally fall on her face and exonerate Diddy in one small testimony? Or will she keep burying Diddy deeper, deeper, and deeper under the prison? All that and more on the next Geraldo. So, guys, this is very interesting. What we've heard so far, this testimony is very crazy. There's a few updates here. The testimony is done for the day. She'll return to the stand tomorrow. All right. The defense fought hard to get surveillance video showing Sean attacking her, okay, excluded from the trial. It was published like we already know, by CNN last year, and the defense argued that it was presented out of order and sped up. A judge denied the request, and before playing it for the jury, the prosecution had the video slowed down. So I think that is interesting that it was slowed down, but it still doesn't change the fact that he did put his paws on her. Okay? He did put his paws on her. It doesn't matter if it's slowed down or if it's fast sped up. He is putting his paws on her. It doesn't change anything, guys. He did something bad there. And what's interesting about it is she is literally running away. What she claims and what that security guard claims is that they were running away. She was running away from a freak off. She was running away from a situation that she did not want to do. They were between sessions, meaning she had already performed for Diddy, thinking that she has done enough at his liking. And then he wanted to do another one. He wanted to do another session. And she said, I'm done. I want out. He hurt her. Apparently he hurt her. If I'm correct, hold on. I want to get that correct. They were between sessions. Hold on. We're going back. Right here. I just want to make sure I have it. So she's talking about what happened. Okay, a couple days before, she was scheduled to have her first big movie premiere. So then she had sent a text message, or Diddy had sent a text message, okay, which she interpreted as him wanting a freak off as damage control. She said she told him she would do it if I pleased him with this F off. Then my premiere would run smoothly. I won't have any problems. He won't sit there and he won't be angry and, throw a little tantrum like a spoiled little brat. Everything will be Gucci, right? So an S worker named Jules was there. The attack by Diddy during the freak off. So he hurt her during the freak off, y'all. Gave her some marks on her face, for lack of a better term. At this point, all she could do, she says, at this point, all I could think about was getting out of there safely. I had my premiere and I didn't want to mess it up. And there's a part of me that makes me think that maybe he was hurting her and putting marks on her body so that she wouldn't go to this premiere, that she wouldn't get to this premiere at all. Think about that. Maybe he didn't want to see her succeed. He didn't want her to have success. This was his plaything, and that's it. Cassie was his plaything. This was his object. This is not somebody, this wasn't even a human at this point. So again, very interesting. And this, of course, is what she is alleging. All right? This is what she's alleging. It's going to be interesting what's going to happen tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the defense as well, how they cross and ask her some questions. If it's just going to be them grasping at straws, we going to find out. But there's some shocking stuff that I didn't even know, okay? I didn't know that was going to, I didn't know that we were going to talk about nipples and nut, okay? The nut bush. Didn't think we were going to be talking about nut and nipples. Didn't know. Nut juice and nipples. That's a new one. But I'm sure there is more coming. I'm sure. There's more information coming for sure. Okay? Because it's not only just Cassie. There's another victim that's going to be stepping forward too. And I'm sure that's going to be like the end of this week, maybe the top of next week. So there's so much going on, y'all. This is going to be crazy. Okay? But what say you guys? What are your thoughts on this so far? Let me see what this is. Over 2,400 votes so far. Diggity down. I appreciate it. Appreciate the votes. Let's see what you guys say here. Do you believe Cassie's testimony? 84% of y'all say yes. She's a victim. 15% of y'all say no. She knew what she was doing. We're going to see what happens, though. We're going to see what happens. It's going to be wild, y'all. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of people that are like free Diddy. I think that there's a lot of people that, of course, are looking at this and side-eyeing the hell out of Diddy. And just because he has like strange, a strange, zesty appetite does not automatically mean that he's guilty of anything. But here's the thing. He put his paws on people. She is pointing out and putting together quite a scathing and quite an unbelievable relationship and depressing, saddening relationship with Diddy. And it's without question that this man was an absolute monster to this woman. She doesn't deserve this stuff. She doesn't deserve this treatment. No one deserves this type of treatment. And the fact that she endured any of it is unbelievable. It's commendable that she's been able to get on the other side of the situation and be, one, a survivor, and two, be able to move on and find happiness, find love, and be able to bring children into the world. What she has gone through is insane. No one should go through that kind of experience unless that's what they want to do, unless it's consensual. But nonetheless, that's just day one, y'all. And it's already been mind-blowing. And there's more coming. Wait for it. I am quite curious. I really am very curious to see how defense is going to handle Cassie as well. What are they going to say to her that's going to exonerate Diddy a little bit? Where is the reasonable doubt? Where are they going to create reasonable doubt with her testimony when they cross? That's the one thing I'm very curious about as well. This is going to be interesting, guys. But we're here for it. We are all here for it. And I'll be back tomorrow. I mean, of course, we got a couple videos and stuff I'm going to be doing over the rest of the day. So be on the lookout for that. But of course, if there's any breaking news in between now and tomorrow morning, okay, for her testimony again, trust and believe, we will be back tomorrow to talk about it again. I may not be first thing in the morning when it all gets on and cracking, but I will be on tomorrow to cover everything. Okay. I'm probably going to be on around 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Okay. 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So I may be a few hours late, but at the same time, I'm going to be real. We were able to cover everything, even when I hopped on around noon, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. So again, like I said, I'm kind of waiting for information to stack up, and then we just get on and then just bang it out. So we'll see what happens. Okay. But I will definitely let you guys know. All right. That you'll definitely know when there's a scheduled show, and then we'll be able to watch and talk and go through everything, because she's not done. She's clearly not done. And we ain't done either. Oh my gosh. We ain't done either. Okay. We are not done either. Oh, my camera went out. It got burned, or it's too hot. Hold on one second, guys. I'm still here. Okay. I am still here. Camera's getting a little hot. Okay, there we go. So again, guys, be sure to tune in tomorrow, because we will be talking a lot of stuff. I may be on live tonight. I don't know. There might be some stuff to talk about with other cases or on this one specifically. So just be on the lookout. Just make sure that notification bell is set to all. Okay. But anyway, guys, that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really, really means a lot. It really, really does. Okay. Thank you so much for sitting through this with me, this chaos. We will be back on tomorrow, to cover everything. Trust and believe. I'll just be on a little bit later in the morning, but I will be here to cover the things that are going on for sure. Okay? So do me a favor, hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do. Okay? Hit that reaction button. Okay? Hit that reaction button if you can. Hit that follow button if you're watching on these other platforms, please and thank you. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button here. Subscribe, because and then of course hit that notification bell, because I will be popping up some videos here on this main channel and my second channel, because there are going to be, I'm sure there's going to be things. There's some motions I'm sure that are going to be happening. There's going to be some filings that are happening between today's trial or court day and tomorrow's court day. So trust me. Be sure you have that notification bell on, okay? Hit that subscribe button over on my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Of course, hit that notification bell as well, all right? Hit that join button down below, become a patron, become a member. Check out my Patreon, check out my locals, and of course, check out pascalmerch.com. Okay, guys? But it's time to get going. I'll be talking to you guys tomorrow, and I got a bunch of videos, so keep an eye out, because we got some things coming. We got a lot to talk about. So I'll be talking to you guys very soon, okay? Much love to you guys. Have a great rest of your day. If I don't see you, stay safe. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.